And I'll start the broadcast and just want to wait a second or two for folks to populate the room.
Sounds good.
And we are live.
Excellent. Andy, thank you. We're going to, this is for members of the public who are logging in. This is the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for the hearing date of June 8th, 2021. My name is Rob Champetti. I'm the chairman of the ZBA, and in a moment, we'll give a few moments for folks to log on. And then within a moment or two, we'll launch into our agenda, and I'll go over the details of introducing our board, taking roll call, and getting into our lengthy agenda for this evening. So we'll just give it a moment or two, and then we'll start. Okay. Again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Newburyport, City of Newburyport Zoning Board of Appeals for the agenda hearing date of June 8th, 2021. Again, my name is Rob Champetti. I'm the chairman of the ZBA. In a moment, I'm going to go through our meeting agenda, but before I do, I will start by going through a quick roll call. And before we get into the first segment of our agenda, which is entitled Minor Modifications or Extensions, I will first introduce our board. I'll go through a quick snapshot for those members of the public that may be logging on for the first time to a Zoom version of a public hearing, which hopefully we will be putting in our rearview mirror in favor of in-person City Hall hearings. But for the time being, if you haven't logged on to a meeting of this style, I'll walk everyone through exactly how we'll conduct our business this evening. I will say though, it goes likely without the need of saying, it will be a very, it's going to be likely a very detailed evening this evening. We have some fairly lengthy matters on our agenda, so I will go through the details of how we will move through that orderly so as to give every member of the public who wishes to speak on any application the opportunity, and so that we may move swiftly through the business of the board and the business of the city on this evening's ZBA hearing. So without further ado, I'm going to take a moment to call the roll, establish a quorum, and then I'll walk everyone through the flow of this evening, and we will then commence with getting into our first matter on the agenda, which is there are two minor modifications on our agenda, after which we will get into the public hearings. There is one adjustment to the agenda sequence this evening. We will be swapping the order of the first matter on the agenda. 1721 State Street. There is an appeal listed first and a variance listed second with respect to that address. We will be doing the variance application first and the appeal second. The rest of the matters will flow in the sequence that is published on the city's agenda. And for those members of the public that wish to follow along, Andy Port, our planning director, will be putting up, as well as Caitlin Sullivan, our city planner, will be putting up on the Zoom screen the reference material for everything that's being discussed, so that it can be referenced by both the applicant as well as anyone who is logged on and following along. All of this material is also available at the City of Newburyport's website on the ZBA page by just simply clicking those links. So moving into our roll call, I will begin by calling the roll. I'll ask our members of the Zoning Board of Appeals to please respond either by saying present or here. I do note that our Vice Chair, Mr. Mark Moore, is absent this evening. So our Associate Member, Gregory Bennett, will be promoted to a full voting member this evening, which makes the 5 members of our board. So beginning the roll call, Mr. Stephen Delisle.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Ken Swanton.
Here.
Mr. Walter Chen.
Here.
Mr. Gregory Bennett.
Yes, present.
And Rob Champetti, I am present. That is 5 members present. I will note for the record that the 5 voting members will be the 5 present members, Mr. Stephen Delisle, Ken Swanton, Walter Channon, Gregory Bennett, and myself, Rob Champetti. So before we get into our minor modifications, for those that are logging on that may not be familiar with the process, with the Zoning Board of Appeals, the way we will flow through our meeting this evening and every evening is we start by, I begin by reading the public notice in description based on the agenda. That is to say, I will read the applicant name, whether or not they're represented by counsel or anyone else, and the address, as well as the relief being sought. We'll describe it by docket number, as well as a brief descriptor of what they're asking for, whether it's a special permit for nonconformities, variance, and any bit of detail that's associated with it. Once we open the public hearing by my reading of the notice, I will then invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to present the application. This is when the applicant will have the floor and present the application. And at the close of their presentation, we will close that portion of the public hearing and go into the second phase of our public hearing flow, which is the public comment section. During public comment, Mr. Port, our planning director, will put up a slide which just describes the rules of the road with respect to public comment. This is going to be a lengthy and detailed evening, so I will ask everyone's courtesy to be sure to confine your remarks to 2 minutes or less. And in the spirit and courtesy of everyone having an opportunity to speak, it's very important that we adhere very strictly to that standard. It's so that we can get through the business of this evening and everyone will have an opportunity to speak. I will ask one of my members if you might keep our time for us with each public comment, just so that we can govern ourselves and each other and make sure we don't slip outside of the 2 minute mark, so that we can keep things flowing. And may I ask, Mr. Delisle, would you mind just sort of starting a rough clock for us when we go through the public comment, just so that we can keep tabs on trying to keep things moving forward?
I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. I want to note also in attendance this evening, we have Mr. Andy Port, our planning director, Ms. Caitlin Sullivan, our planner, and Ms. Gretchen Joy, our keeper of the minutes. So as we go through the public hearing section after public comment, and I will recognize everyone who wishes to speak, and I'll say this in advance. If you wish to speak, simply click on the bottom of your Zoom screen. You'll see at the bottom of the Zoom screen an icon that looks like a raised hand. Just simply click on that. You'll be identified. I will recognize every person who raises their hand in no particular order, but I will make sure that everyone is recognized. I do ask, for the benefit of our keeper of the minutes, that you kindly give us your name and your address, and don't feel as though you need to say you are in opposition to or in support of any application that you wish to speak on. Simply give us your name and address and feel free to speak your mind. Do, of course, keep it under 2 minutes, but there's no need to be in one column or another. It's your comment that we're interested in. At the conclusion of the public comment section, I will close that portion of the public hearing, but I want to make this note for members of the public. You may be inclined to want to pose a question. Understand that your question has to be received in the hypothetical form, and that means to say that we won't be in a position to answer your question in real time. That the process, however, is governed by members of the ZBA listening carefully to everyone's questions, and you may well hear your question adapted in some form by a member of the board who will pose that question, perhaps expand on it. So don't feel as though your question's being ignored. It's just that you may pose a question and we will be taking, I'm sure, copious notes. So rest assured, your thoughts, every bit of your thoughts are going to be accounted for, and we want to take the benefit of all of that along the way. When we close the portion of the public hearing, the public comment section of our public hearing, I will then go to questions from the board. This is the part of the hearing when members of the ZBA will oftentimes adapt comments or questions they've heard during the public comment section. They will have their own, or perhaps other questions will arise during that Q&A of members of the ZBA. Once questions have been asked and answered during that portion of the public hearing, I will then close that portion, the question portion of the public hearing, and we will go to deliberations. Deliberations is the last segment of the public hearing before the ZBA will entertain a motion and a vote. And essentially, the deliberation section is when you, as members of the public and the applicant and everyone else, essentially get to hear us as members of the ZBA think out loud. We will deliberate and toil over questions that may have been asked or answers that were given, the legal standard and criteria, whether we feel it's been met, or details that we're discussing. And you will hear all of that in the spirit of the open meeting laws. You will be hearing all of that as it unfolds. Once deliberations is concluded, I will then close that portion of the public hearing and we go to the voting portion. Now, essentially, the way this works, we have an adapted form of Robert's Rules of Order. So the way the matter of the application is put on the table for a vote is in the form of a motion to approve. It's a motion to approve in this affirmative format, not because that member of the ZBA plans to vote in favor or supports it or otherwise, but rather just merely in adherence to the format, the Robert's Rules format. It's made in the form of a motion to approve, which places it on the floor. We then elicit a second by a member of the ZBA. Once the motion is made and seconded, I will then go through the roll call, and we will call the roll of members of the ZBA who will either vote yay or nay on the application. In order for an application to succeed and to pass, at least 4 members of the ZBA must vote in the affirmative. So it takes 4 yes votes in order for a matter to pass. And with that, we would close we'll then move on to the next matter on the public hearing. So that's essentially the flow, and forgive the granularness of that outline. It's important. I just want to make sure everyone knows how these meetings are governed and how they work. So with that, and having introduced myself and members of the ZBA, as well as our planning department, we will now move into the first matter on our agenda, which is the minor modifications and extensions. And I will begin by opening the matter of 40 Parker Street. This is a 2017 application, 40 Parker Street. I believe we have Stephen Sanderton, and Mr. Sanderton, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the introduction there, and obviously the time of the chair and the board as well. I understand you have a very busy agenda this evening, so I will try and keep my comments and my presentation as brief and to the point as I possibly can. So this is a minor modification to an application that we made in 2017, which was a use variance essentially for our tap room as this was a sort of industrial commercial manufacturing space, which is primarily what we use our facility for now at Riverwalk Brewing. And the addition that we're looking for here, this minor modification, is the installation of a grain silo, which you can see in the lower sort of right-hand corner of the plan that is presented on the screen right now. And the grain silo would essentially house grain that we use for the brewing process. And it provides a number of benefits for us. Number one, it lowers the cost of our grain. It also essentially reduces the quantity of waste that we produce, which is very important to us. It reduces the truck traffic through our parking lot. So there's a large number of benefits that this would provide to us. And sort of in general, the grain silo is a pre-manufactured cylinder that you can see the picture of here that would be installed on a concrete pad in our lot. We do propose to add signage to this silo as well within the bounds of the zoning restrictions. So you can see the signage would fall below the 40 square foot maximum limit. It would be below the height limit that is required as well. And there are existing silos also attached to this building, which I believe predated the current ownership and the current occupancy here as well. So it's certainly not out of line with the use of this building historically and currently as well. And there are also precedents for these types of silos. Newburyport Brewing, which is located in the industrial park as well, has a similar silo that they installed several years ago. So that's the basis of our application this evening.
Very good. Thank you. Was there anything further you wanted to add, Mr. Sanderton?
I think that's that pretty much covers the basis from our perspective. Again, it's a fairly simple installation. It's a pre-manufactured silo. We have structural engineers that will be providing the basis for the foundation of this silo. It does not require any additional power, plumbing, anything like that. We're going to be able to install this fairly quickly and get it up and running. And it doesn't take up any additional parking spaces in our lot. And it actually will reduce reduce the traffic through our lot and through the industrial park, which is a benefit as well.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, so having heard from the applicant with respect to the minor modification, I'll go through each of the members of the ZBA to give us your thoughts on whether you feel the request is in fact a minor modification, and any other deliberations or thoughts. And we'll start with Mr. Delat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As an initial matter, I have a question. I think that tonight will have to be directed at Mr. Port. as we don't have legal counsel here tonight, unless we do, and I'm mistaken on that front.
No, that's correct. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
So what's being modified here is a use variance. And we as a board can no longer grant use variances subsequent to this use variance being granted in 2017. Do we have the authority to modify this?
Yes, you would be modifying the existing variance. That was a good question. You'll be granting a modification to the existing use variance that was granted by the board years ago, rather than issuing a new variance. So that is not improper in terms of the Newburyport zoning ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And then just could you go over the size of the grain silo? I know that it's on the yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Thank you.
It's a 9-foot cylinder essentially, and the height is roughly 28 feet 6 inches. We have the ability to adjust the height of the base of it somewhat, but we are going to be keeping this consistent with the existing roof line of the structure, so we will not be exceeding that.
And there's not a way that you can do this inside your space, so it's not outside visible to the public and passersby?
We do not have the space inside to make this feasible in the the configuration that these silos typically operate in. We require quite a few sort of custom modifications. We'd actually have to, carve a larger opening in the building to get it in and have it be sort of constructed inside the building. So it would be difficult.
Okay, thank you. No further questions right now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Mr. Swanton.
Yeah, no, I see the sizing and the signage is fitting within the ordinance, and it was pointed out there are other silos in the neighborhood. So I don't really have any questions, and I can support this as a minor modification.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Chen.
Thank you, Chair. I also can support this and feel that it's a minor modification and have no other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. And Mr. Bennett.
Yes, I can support this application. I have no questions beyond those that have been previously asked.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And I agree. I feel when I think about minor modifications, I try to imagine how I would have treated them if it were part of the original application. And I feel that there was nothing offensive in this if this were part of the original request as I saw it at the time. And so I try to give things the benefit of that doubt as well. And I feel it's appropriate and it's minor as well. So I agree with my colleagues. Do we have a motion?
This is Ken Swanton. I'll make a motion to consider the request minor and approve the request for minor modification for 40 Parker Street, which is file number 2017-20.
Very good.
I'll
Thank you, Mr.
second it, Stephen Delisle.
Thank you. Motion's been made by Mr. Swanton and seconded by Mr. Delisle. Calling the roll, Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon. Mr. Shannon.
He's muted.
Bud, can you hear us?
Yeah, Bud does appear to be muted on his end.
Okay. Bud, if you can unmute your mic and we'll circle back to Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
And Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That is, Mr. Shannon, are you able to vote? Mr. Shannon, if you can hear us, raise your hand if you can hear us. Very good. Okay, we have 4 in the affirmative. The motion still carries, and we'll allow Mr. Shannon to get back online. 4 in the affirmative, the motion carries. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and a minor modification is approved. Good luck to you. Good luck to you and Riverwalk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Very good. Moving to the next minor modification. This is the matter of 55 Washington Street. And speaking on behalf of the applicant on this 2017 minor modification is Attorney Lisa Mead on behalf of Mead, Tellerman, and Costa. Attorney Mead, you have the floor.
Thank you. For the record, Lisa Mead, Mead, Tellerman, Costa on 30 Green Street. And I am here on behalf of Greg and Diane Trebanian, who received a special permit for an in-law apartment in 2017. We're here to renew it as we're required to for 3 years. It's actually going to be a little longer than 3 years, given the governor's order of last year during the pandemic, Chapter 53 of the Acts of 2020. So we're asking that it be extended for 3 years and 168 days, which would be the end of the state of emergency and the tolling period as of June 15th next week, which would make the renewal date for the next renewal on November 30th, 2024. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Mead. Comments from ZBA. We'll begin with Mr. Delisle.
I don't really have any comments. I think though that with regard to the time frame, I think that we can only give 3 years for the next sort of time frame under the ordinance. I don't think that we can give the 3 years in 168 days. I think we're only allowed to give 3 years. If you wanted the 168 days, I think that you'd have to come back in 168 days. But otherwise, I'm okay with this. I can support this.
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yes, please.
I think that's a really good point, Mr. Delisle, except for that the special act tolls the permits that were in existence. And so the tolling of the permit that was in existence and as required under the ordinance would give you the right to do that additional 168 days. We're happy to have the board do whatever it wishes. We would like the minutes to reflect that, but we believe that under the act, the board has the right to do it. But we're willing to do what the board's pleasure is here.
Thank you, Attorney Mead. Mr. Swanton.
Yeah, I'm glad Mr. Delisle brought this up. I mean, in general, I'm happy with this thing. I think it's a minor thing and should be approved, but I think he raises a good point. Perhaps what we can do is say, we'll do it for the 3 years, 168 days, if our city solicitor agrees that that's a proper legal thing. Otherwise, we drop back to the 3 years and kind of leave it up to the city solicitor to decide that particular one. Because but anyway, that would be my suggestion. And I guess I could put in the form of a question. Attorney Mead, would you mind if we took that approach?
I don't mind if you take the approach. I think that if you granted the 3 years and then say, and if the city solicitor approves the additional 168 days under the tolling provisions, that would be fine as well.
Well, that would work with me, but I don't know how the others feel, but I think Mr. Delisle raised a good point. So that's it for my questions.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Chenin. Let's see. Did we lose Bud from the listing, Andy?
Yeah, I do not. He might have had a connection issue and perhaps is reconnecting. I will keep an eye out for him.
Okay. All right. So for the record, then allow me to press pause for a moment and just disclose to applicants and to members of the public, in the absence of Mr. Swanton until he can log back on. I'm sorry, Mr. Chenin, until he can log back on. We are down to a minimum board, which is a 4-member board when 4 votes in the affirmative are required for a motion to pass. So whenever that happens at the outset, we always give an applicant the opportunity to request a continuance for a full board, which is well within our traditional and typical guidelines and a courtesy we always extend to every applicant. But let's hope that we can get Mr. Chenin back. In the meantime, we'll move to Mr. Bennett. Comments on this request.
I tend to agree with Attorney Mead's analysis. However, I'm perfectly comfortable with Mr. Swanton's approach regarding getting our determination as to whether our solicitor agrees with that. So, but bottom line, whether it's 3 years or 3 years, 100 and some days, I'm on board with this application.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Benick. And I agree with my colleague, Mr. Benick, and the applicant. I think in my read of this, under the tolling provision of the emergency or the state of emergency order from Governor Baker's order, we have this authority, but it seems kind of moot. But if it's in the spirit of our board to make a motion in that with that conditional language, that's fine as well. I think I support this generally. Okay, so with that, do we have a motion?
Well, Greg Benick, I will move that the application for in-law special permit extension application 2017-070 be approved, and that the extension run for 3 years, subject to an additional 168 days
Correct.
from the effective date, if the city solicitor authorizes that additional 168-day period under the state COVID-related tolling statutes and guidance.
Very good. Thank you. The motion has been made by Mr. Bennett. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, Ken Swanton.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Swanton. Motion's been made by Mr. Bennett and seconded by Mr. Swanson. Calling the roll. Mr. Gilad,
Yes.
Mr. Swanton,
Yes,
Mr. Shannon. I still don't see Mr. Shannon on the panel. Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
And Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 4 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries and the modification is approved. Okay, we're now going to move into the public hearings section of our agenda this evening, and we'll start with the swapping of positions of variance versus appeal. And we will take the variance first, which is docket 2021-31. Attorney Mead, before we proceed and I read the public notice, as you likely heard, we're down to a minimum board for the moment. And I don't know if Mr. Port, do we have any way to maybe text or reach out to Mr. Shannon to see if he anticipates getting back online soon, or should we?
I will endeavor to get a hold of him, but I can't guarantee. I will circle back if I can get a hold of him for any reason.
All right, Attorney Mead, with that, as you heard, we have a minimum board of 4 available voting members. How do you wish to proceed?
Can we have 30 seconds, Mr. Chair?
Of course. What we'll do, how about we do this? In light of this development, and in the spirit of giving our missing member the opportunity to log back on, I can go to the next application, but I'll only do so if with your assent. I can go to the application of 32 Forester Street, and we can ask the same question of the applicant, whether the applicant wishes to proceed. And if so, I believe that's your application as well. So do you want, in fact, I think the next 2 are your applications. Do you want to press pause for 30 seconds or proceed with anything?
Right. Mr. Chair, I'm actually texting both parties right now. So if you would just give me a pause, that would be great.
Of course. Yeah, we'll take, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 1-minute intermission. This is an opportunity to use the restroom, grab a soda and some popcorn from the concessions up front, and we'll be back in 1 minute, and we'll see if we can pick up where we left off.
This is Andy. I wanted to check and see, we do have a caller. Mr. Chagnon, if you are the caller that I believe you are identified in our audience attendance list, you should be able to unmute and speak as a board member. Are you there?
Can you hear me now, Andy?
We can, yes.
Okay, my computer is booting up. I don't know what happened to it. It crashed. My apologies. But it is coming back up, but I've been listening on the phone.
Excellent. All right, well, welcome back. Welcome back to the panel. And so we'll be able to pick up, what we had done, Bud, is we press pause for a moment, since the next several applications would be going forward with a minimum board. And I think Attorney Mead is on all of them. So with that, Attorney Mead, we do have Mr. Shannon back online. So
Yeah.
we can, with your permission, we're going to, I'm going to jump right in and continue where we left off.
That would be great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And it's worth noting as well, Andy, if you can confirm, for those that are calling in via phone, and this is a good time to mention this, if you wish to unmute your mic, Andy, what's the code to press on the phone to unmute one's mic or to raise their hand?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I'll reiterate this when we get to the public comment periods for folks that might be calling in. We do have a couple of callers tonight, but it's if you're interested in raising your hand, you can press *9. If you are interested in unmuting after you've been allowed to speak, which you'll be identified by your phone number or the extension, you want to press *6. So I'll reiterate that again at the public comment period.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Port. All right, so reading the public notice on the application, first on our agenda is the application by Caswell Restaurant Group Inc., care of Lisa Mead, Tellerman and Costa LLC. The matter is 17-21 State Street, 2021-31. It is a variance. The variance for a building in the downtown overlay district to modify existing first floor storefront windows to be operable as proposed. May we hear from the applicant, Attorney Mead?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, Lisa Mead, Tellerman, Costa, 30 Green Street, on behalf of the Caswell Restaurant Group, as the tenant of 17-21 State Street. You can go to the first slide, please, Andy. The petitioner is requesting a variance under 10H6 of the Newburyport zoning ordinance to have the windows converted to operable windows in the front of this establishment. And without waiving the rights on the appeal that is pending before the board, the applicant seeks a variance, as we discussed at the last time this applicant was in front of the board several weeks ago. Just a reminder also, to be very clear, this is not a request to do any other work. It is only a request to change the windows, as we've said in our application, to be operable. If the applicant chooses to do any work on the facade or the sign, it will be in front of the Historic Commission and the Planning Board in compliance with the DOD. This application is for the operability of the windows as proposed. So the property is located in the B2 zoning district in the downtown overlay district. The building and use are fully conforming to the use and dimensional requirements of the zoning ordinance. The lot is approximately, you can go to the next slide, please, Andy, 3,112 square feet with approximately 35.33 feet of frontage on State Street. The building is about 30 feet tall. It was built in or around 1820. The use is a restaurant on the first floor, residence is on the upper floor, therefore it's considered mixed use. The applicant is proposing to install the windows, as we're going to show you momentarily. If you go to the next slide, actually, the windows will be operable by folding up and in. And I want to clarify something on this plan as well. The illustrations, the photographic illustrations on the right-hand side are merely illustrations to show the operation of the windows. The windows are 2/2 windows as proposed in the architectural drawings. I think there was a couple of comments that came into the planning office about this being misleading. I don't think there's any question that these are just an example of the fold in and fold up style of window, but they will be 2/2 as proposed in this drawing. You'll see on this plan also, the windows will be placed at the current base height off the sidewalk. There will be no change in the lower black section of the facade. We have learned, even though the Form B says otherwise, that's not granite. And according to some members of the Historic Commission, it is a type of architectural element, but not granite. Nonetheless, that is not being changed or proposed to be changed at all. The windows will go up to the bottom of the top frame, will go up to the bottom of the frame of the lower edge of the sign, and we will not be changing the sign either. So it will actually end up being a little more like the original openings, which we're going to show you in a little bit, which were made smaller in the 1940s renovation. So we're here because the DoD prohibits the change of windows that are static to be operable. And therefore, by their very nature, these windows that currently exist that were part of the structure in 1820 and updated around 1941 under the DoD are not considered to be allowed to be operable. In light of the pandemic of 2020 and notwithstanding the state-of-the-art purification system in the restaurant, the allowance of air circulation within the building, a place where people gather, is paramount to the health and safety of the people of Newburyport and the visitors. Of interest, and I think it's particularly interesting, but not necessarily controlling here, the board should know, as part of the Historic Commission discussion of a couple of weeks ago, it was noted by a commission member that the current storefront development and redesign of the truly original structure, which took place in the 1940s, was done in response to changing economic times, where instead of walking on sidewalks and window browsing, store owners needed to, according to the Historic Commission member, redesign their storefronts to catch the attention of people now driving by in cars on the street of their store. So indeed, in the 1940s, due to changes in the economy and the need to change with it, the original historic storefront windows were changed. So if you can go to the next slide. So this is the Form B. I think you've seen this before, that shows what is the controlling date according to the DoD of the storefront. And if you could go to slide 8, Andy. This is the property itself. What I'll talk about here in a minute is that there are no other windows in the property, only a couple of egresses. And the next slide, please, Andy. So courtesy of the Historic Commission presentation of a while ago, here's a couple of historic photos. And in this photo, you can see that in fact, the windows were taller before the 1940s, when in fact the new design on the window fronts were made. And the next slide, please. Here's a more original picture. It's a little harder to see, but you can see that the windows were taller in this instance too, because you can see the then foul sign actually went up right below the base of the second story windows. Next slide, please. And here's the 1940 redesign, where you can see now that the banner sign is below the upper story windows, and you can see that the window openings themselves have been made a little bit smaller. And the next slide, please. And here's the existing conditions today. And you can go to the next slide, please. Again, the lower portion of this front facade is not changing at all. The door is not changing at all. The window opening will go up a little higher, and the window openings will be changed, obviously, proposed to be changed to operable windows. And then we just have a couple more views of the Fowles building, and you can see all along the area there, the frontage. And so here we're seeking a variance under 10H6 and 40A Section 10 from the DoD to replace the current windows with the proposed windows and to be operable. And as noted as above, such a variance is necessary to address the need for airflow and circulation within the restaurant space. In accordance with that, the applicant needs to show a hardship related to the structure, and namely, the structure has no operable windows to the first floor on any side. Indeed, the commercial space contains no windows except those which exist in the front of the structure and which of course cannot be operated. Otherwise, the only opening on the first floor are the front egress, a rear northeast egress, and the rear southeast egress. Such a configuration is a hardship, particularly in light of the time in which we live, and which of course could not have been reasonably contemplated at the adoption of the DoD. Interestingly, the Massachusetts Appeals Court has determined that safety concerns would result if the owner complied with the ordinance qualifies as a hardship supporting a variance determination. In the case of Furlong versus the Zoning Board of Appeals of Salem, a boat repair facility sought a variance to locate a new structure on their property as compliance with the ordinance would place the building, if it complied with the ordinance, too close to a boat lift, and that resulted in a safety risk likely to cause injury to people and property, according to the court. Here, the inoperability of the windows in a time where air circulation to prevent deadly viruses is a paramount safety concern, notwithstanding the availability of a vaccine and the threats exist both to patrons and to staff. Efforts to reduce any transmission are paramount as the economy and the service industry adjusts to the new normal. The appeals court said where a zoning variance diminishes the risk of an existing harm or where it prevents a greater risk of harm that would result in compliance with the zoning ordinance, such hardship can merit a variance. That's in the appeals court said in the Forlon case. Here, a variance from the prohibition on operability of windows allows for dramatically more safe and appealing restaurant experience. Andy, if you could go to the next slide, please. The CDC has advised that even a light wind can rapidly reduce concentrations. The CDC identifies primary tools to improve ventilation as increased introduction of outdoor air through opening of windows. This condition further then poses financial hardship if we don't open the windows on the petitioners. The lack of windows leads to a reduction in customers and potential harm to the employees. Lack of fresh air circulation will surely lead to a financial hardship, which is all related to the structure, which existed long before the DoD was ever contemplated. Nancy Caswell, one of the proprietors at the last meeting, illustrated the issues of operating a successful business out of this location absent operable windows. Also, as noted, the petitioner or the owner did not create the condition that currently exists in the structure of non-operational windows. Further, as required under 10H6, requested relief can be granted without nullifying or substantially derogating from the purpose and intent of the ordinance. Here, the petitioner proposes to use the same apparent original opening and use high quality materials. The windows, when open, will fold up and in and not appear to the outside as a modern or non-historic amenity. The lower wall will remain in the same as the sign area above. The door similarly will remain the same. And again, I reiterate the fact that in light of the changing economic times in the 1940s, the original facade of the building was changed. Further, the DoD doesn't merely have as its purpose the preservation of historic structures, but also recognizes the need to preserve the economic center of the downtown. Specifically, the section provides, among other determinations, that the architectural, cultural, economic, political, and social history of the city of Newburyport is one of its most valued and important assets. And among its purposes in the DoD was established due to the unique land use patterns, the architectural, economic, and cultural character of the building structures and lots, both individually and as a group. Finally, the proposed grant of relief will not be a detriment to the public good. As noted above, the historic status of the building will remain. The facade is not changing. The sign is not changing. The black lower portion of the facade is not changing. Indeed, the provision of new windows, which are operable, aids in the public good by providing fresh air in the restaurant, rendering it more safe for restaurant patrons due to added ventilation, activating the streetscape in the cultural center downtown business area, providing a safer place for the employees to work. And as we have learned, all these are entirely consistent for the need for historic structures to be able to be modified in some ways to remain economically viable houses of business as occurred in the 1940s. Based upon the foregoing, we ask the board to grant a variance to allow the operable windows as proposed and allow the first floor and installation of those proposed windows. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Mead. We will now go to the public comment section of this evening's hearing. And Mr. Porter, if I can ask you to put up the public comment instruction slide, thank you. And this is just a reminder for those that may have just recently logged on. In the public comment section, I will recognize every hand that I see. We ask everyone to kindly govern yourselves with courtesy toward respecting our 2-minute per person mark. This will ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. If you wish to speak, please just raise your hand at the bottom right. Clicking the icon, I'll recognize you by name. If you are calling in, Andy, could you just give those instructions again? If you're calling in via phone with respect to how to raise your hand and how to unmute your mic.
Sure. First step for everyone who's calling in, if you'd like, you want to press *9 to raise your hand. And then when we ask you to unmute, you'll want to press *6, and I'll reiterate that.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Port. Okay. And the last thing I'll mention is we've asked our member, Mr. Delisle, to keep our time just so that we can govern ourselves accordingly. And I ask everyone who wishes to speak to kindly try your very best to respect that timeline. You do not
Mr.
need...
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
would you like me to give a 30-second warning and then we can cut off the comment at that point, or just note when
why don't we do
you can do
a, yeah, thank you, Mr. Delisle. Why don't we do a 15-second warning, and this way no one has to think that no one has to count down from 30, and that'll be sort of like the wrap up, primer, if that's okay. So we'll do a 15-second warning. Mr. Delisle will keep the time, and if you could kindly remember to give your name and your address, and remember you needn't say whether you're in support or in opposition, though you're welcome to. Just simply give us your comments, and with that, I will recognize the first hand I saw, which was Mr. Michael Salas. Andy, Mr. Port will unmute your mic. Mr. Salas, kindly unmute your mic in the bottom left, and you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Well, I want to acknowledge that City Council President Jared Heigerman has written the ZBA regarding this proposal. And I agree with Mr. Heigerman's point that the historic district is key to Newburyport's brand and its strategy as a city. Protecting the historic district demonstrates a deep understanding and support for small business, in contradiction to assertions made by Ms. Caswell. I have known and worked with our City Council President for 9 years. Ms. Caswell has made assertions regarding the behavior of Councilman Heigerman. For example, Ms. Mead, your client on January the 3rd said, and I quote, "Be careful, Jared. I can open my mouth and tell Newburyport how you operate," unquote. Newburyport has had almost 10 years to see how President of the City Council, Heigerman, operates. He has been repeatedly elected and occupies one of the top positions in our city. You have said that Mr. Heigerman's way of doing business is, quote, a joke. And Ms. Mead, if your client holds those views, I think she should demonstrate that and that her statements around those lines are related to
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Related to the appeal that we're hearing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salas. Recognizing the member of the public's moniker is simply Mike. I don't see a last name, but Andy, if you could unmute Mike, and Mike, you have the floor. And sir, if you can click the bottom left microphone icon, that'll unmute your mic. There you are. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes. My name is Todd Santos at 32 Summit Place. I wanted to join tonight and share the perspective of a Newburyport High School student that has lived here my entire life. My mom's family has deep roots in Newburyport, and they all tell me stories about Fowles when they were growing up. When I was a kid, we went there often, and I have lots of great memories. I also have great memories at Brine. My family and I have been regulars since Brine opened 9 years ago, and I even worked there for a summer shucking oysters. When they decided to move, I thought it was a good thing because Brine needed more space. It was always jam-packed in there, and what better place than next door at Fowles. The new place is amazing. Everything Mr. and Mrs. Caswell commit to, they really see through and exceed expectations. To think that this could all come to an end over windows is ridiculous. In the era of COVID, it is responsible to have functioning windows that open. Fact is, change is good, change is progressive, change is necessary to adopt, grow, and thrive. I ask the City Council to allow Mr. and Mrs. Caswell the opportunity to change the windows at Fowles and keep the city moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving next to the next caller, the next member of the public, I'll recognize is Mr. Thomas Coulter-John. Mr. Coulter-John, you can unmute your mic and you have the floor, sir. Mr. Coulter-John, can you hear us? I will. We'll circle back to you. I'm going to go to the next. I'm going to go to the next caller. Unless Tom, if you can unmute your mic, I'll give you another moment. If not, we'll circle back.
It looks like Tom might be having some technical issues.
Very good. Thank you, Andy. Recognizing Mr. Glenn Richards, Chairman Richards, you have the floor.
Thank you, Glenn Richards, 6 Kent Street, Newburyport. And let me make clear that, well, you have the report that I put together. I'm speaking tonight as a very concerned citizen, not on behalf of the Historical Commission. So I want to first make that perfectly clear. The minutes for the May 11th meeting, at that meeting, Attorney Mead is quoted as saying, quote, "The applicant in this case is not proposing to change the use or the structure. The applicant is proposing to modify the windows for the same use. In this particular instance, the DOT ordinance does not apply." And I heard Ms. Mead say that almost exactly the same thing tonight. She said, the facade is not changing. Well, but they now have before the board a variance for the project, and their application makes some very interesting reading. She did quote from, she meaning Ms. Mead, did quote from the application. Now the application form says variance for building in DOD to modify existing first floor storefront windows to be operable as proposed. That's all it says. In the letter from Attorney Mead, it says, and I'm quoting here, "As you will see on the attached plans, the proposed windows will be placed at the current base height off the sidewalk. They will extend up to the bottom of the location of the lowest frame piece of the current banner sign. It's apparent from the historic photos to the extent they can be reviewed," and so on. She did quote from that tonight. But that although it's mentioned they will extend up to the bottom of the location of the lowest frame piece of the current banner sign, there's some details I think that are missing there. If you look at the plan submitted, the one pager, Exhibit B, what is not called out is that these plans call for demolition. Demolition of about 34 square feet. This is a foot above the current windows. No one's talking about that. I've not heard it mentioned at any of the meetings. They're proposing windows that are 5 feet high on the right, 5 on the left. Current windows are 4 feet on the right, 4.8 on the left.
2 minutes.
You mean, yeah, so you mean 2 seconds. All right, well, I thought I timed this at a lot quicker than this, but I urge you to consider the fact that, find out why this demolition was not mentioned at any point, or why some of these dimensions are missing. And I urge you to ask them to provide credible evidence supporting their claim that the key to successful business is operable windows, when none of the other restaurants seem to have the problem. Evidence as to why these inoperable windows pose a dire safety risk when they don't elsewhere, and provide an accurate, realistic rendering showing how the proposed storefront will actually look, because I believe that when you see that, you'll understand why the variance should not be granted. And I had to leave out a lot, but time limits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Okay, moving on. I see a caller. It says 1978, then ends in 134. If that is your phone number, Andy will unmute your mic. You'll do the same via phone, and you have the floor. Just give us your name and address, please.
And you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. We aren't hearing you just yet. Again, if you press *6, it should unmute you.
Okay, we'll circle back to caller 134, and just to be clear, though we are asking a rigor of adhering to 2 minutes, we're not going to be necessarily robotic about that. We will certainly allow folks to finish a breath and finish a comment, but we do ask that everyone kindly hold themselves accountable to the rigor of that courtesy so that we don't have to. Okay, so I will move on to recognizing Mr. Ian Hallmeister. Ian Hallmeister, you can unmute your mic, and Mr. Port, you can unmute that mic, and you have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yep. So this is Ian Hallmeister. I reside at 8 Cushing Ave. The pandemic and the experience the last year has forever changed the way in which we must approach public health. I think we can all anticipate that for some time, if not permanently, members of the public, employees, and patrons of our wonderful restaurants will feel most comfortable in settings which are not fully enclosed when possible. In the same way that the passing of the Americans with Disabilities Act changed the public's perspective on making structures, including historical ones, accessible to the disabled public, I expect the experience the past year will lead to a shift in perspective about enclosed public spaces. I urge the board to approve the variance and the request by the Caswell Restaurant Group. Ms. Caswell, we've never had the chance to meet, but I want to thank you for fighting for better Newburyport, striving to make your business more resilient and safer for the dining public. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, recognizing next caller in the number 407, if that is your phone number, if you could hit, what was it, Andy, *6 to unmute your mic, and you have the floor.
That's correct.
Good evening. My name is Reg Bacon. I live at 21 Strong Street in Newburyport. Let me first disclose that I work in the history and preservation field, and at one level, I have no problem with operable windows at Fowles, as long as they are strictly in the original window opening, and the signs and structural glass are treated with care. New windows are a change that can be reversed, but what I or anyone thinks about the windows, in my view, really doesn't matter. What really matters in this case is whether the request for a zoning variance meets all the point-by-point criteria in our zoning ordinance. Therefore, I must oppose this request for a variance because, in my view, not one of the criteria is met. Unique conditions? No. In fact, the buildings constructed after the 1811 fire are far more alike than different. Strict conditions that would prohibit reasonable use? No, the place was a restaurant for years. Unique conditions and circumstances not the result of the applicant? No, nobody forced the applicant into that space. Would the variance be granting special privilege inconsistent with other properties? Yes, the granting of the variance would grant special privilege in comparison to other establishments. Would strict enforcement of our zoning laws impose a substantial hardship? Well, it's hard to keep a straight face if anyone who has moved to Newburyport in the last 20 years claims a hardship about anything. But the argument, after a year-long worldwide pandemic in which millions have died, that operable windows for a wannabe hip restaurant are absolutely essential to ensure the health of its patrons, to me, falls somewhere on the scale between disingenuous and shameful. Thank you. Indeed, the applicant's restaurant has already been open for weeks, and despite my efforts to stay informed, I have heard no reports of mass suffocations, so any claim of hardship in this case, in my view, is ridiculous. As far as detriment to the public good or nullifying purpose of our zoning ordinance, I think it fails on both counts. The granting would show utter disregard for the 21st century pro-preservation laws that we work so hard for, and disregard for the history and public memory of still living, breathing, voting, and tax-paying Newburyporters. So I don't think this variance meets any of the criteria and therefore cannot and must not be granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon. Okay, moving on to, and Mr. Hallmeister, I see that your hand is still up. If I can ask each caller once you have spoken, unless you wish to be recognized again, time permitting, if you could kindly lower your hand just so we can see who is still needs to speak. Recognizing, looks like Jan Roy. Jan Roy, if you could unmute your mic, bottom left, and you have the floor.
Thank you. I just want to say very briefly that we both support Jared Eigenman's letter of objection to this, and also the Newburyport Historic Commission. And I really must say, the remarks I've heard about these windows, reducing the exposure of Newburyport's population to COVID-19 is positively absurd. And I'll leave it at that. And I hope that the zoning board does its duty here to protect historic Newburyport. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. We will recognize caller ending in the phone number 134. If you are able to hit *6 unmuting your mic, we can take a second pass at trying to recognize your public comment. You have the floor.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Mary Ann McCauley, 25 Madison Street. I was present at the last zoning board meeting when this issue was raised and was struck by two arguments put forward to justify the issuance of a variance. These included the assertion that 17 State Street had experienced a series of restaurant failures subsequent to the closing of Fowles. This is just not true. Kathy Moulton had moved into Fowles after its closing and ran a successful restaurant up until an illness in her family caused her to seek a release from her lease. The space was then taken over by Superfine Foods, which lasted, I believe, only a few months. 17 State Street remained empty for close to 2 years. The point is this: one restaurant failure does not make for a series of restaurant failures. The second argument put forward was about ventilation and airflow in light of COVID. However, I reviewed the mass COVID guidelines in effect at the time of that zoning board meeting. Requirements for social distancing, hand hygiene, and masks were set out. There were none regarding ventilation and airflow. A moot point, since the CDC relaxed its COVID restrictions within a week of the ZBA meeting, and then on May 17th, Governor Baker followed suit and eased restrictions within the Commonwealth. In addition to these weak arguments, I was concerned that numerous testimonials to Ms. Caswell's character and all she had done for the community would sway the board's decision. No one takes issue with the testimonials, but they are irrelevant. The issues are, what does the zoning regulation say, and will the board members meet their responsibility and enforce these regulations? They have been put in place. They have been, well, I feel that a changing of the facade will lead to the homogenization, blanding of Newburyport and take away from its unique character, which brings visitors to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. And just for our record, I don't know if I heard your address as well. If you
25 Madison Street.
Perhaps you said that. My apologies. Thank you very much. Okay. The next caller the next public comment I'll recognize is just named Lucy. If you could kindly unmute your mic, and Lucy, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Lucy Jones. I live on 48 High Street in Newburyport. I'm a student here at Newburyport High, and I just want to hop on this call today to speak in favor of Nancy. I grew up coming to Bryan with my family, and I remember being young and eating at the old space, and I'm now 15. My parents always took me and my sister there, and now I get to work in the new location as a food runner. I think that many people are speaking about family memories that they have going to Fowles as kids with their parents, and I think that it's going to be sad that the place I remember going to with my family is a place we may lose because they can't survive in their new space. I think it's fair to say that many kids my age have the same experience and memories, and personally, I think that windows provide an additional level of comfort to guests. For instance, my 83-year-old grandmother who dined at Bryan the other day, but felt very unsafe due to the limited airflow, as well as employees like myself who would enjoy the breeze and feel safer given the current architectural design. I think Bryan has become a part of Newburyport's history, and I think we should really consider helping them stay open. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Recognizing next, John Growitz. Mr. Growitz, you can unmute your mic bottom left, and you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. I'll try and be respectful of the board and people's time tonight, as some people haven't. I am in full support of the variance. I think we need to change with the times. The argument that one person made that there are tons of restaurants that don't have operable windows on State Street and are doing fine. There are those that do. And I think that Fowles, just the pictures that we looked at alone, prove that there's an issue with them. Never mind airflow. I've heard countless stories of people who have worked in that space over the years and talk about all the problems that the winter presents. Certainly, we can understand that the historic committee has reasons they feel that this should be saved. However, what I know the Caswell Restaurant Group will do is nothing but improve the space, both for their employees, for the comfort of the people that eat there, and to do something positive for the community. So I'm in full support. I don't know why people, would be against this. And certainly I hope the rest of the comments that we hear are in favor. And I'd like the board to remember that the countless people who called in last time that were in full support. And the one problem that I heard people commenting is that they didn't seek a variance. Well, now they are seeking a variance. So let's go ahead and approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Growitz. Miss Stephanie Nikodich. Ms. Nikodich, you can unmute your mic if you would, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Chiampity. Stephanie Nikodich, 93 High Street. I don't see that any one of the hardship requirements is met. And as another speaker said, you are administrators of the law. Unless the restaurant only plans to be open during good weather, the claim here that safety is a hardship is irrational. You are not just being asked to grant relief for window operation. The proposed plan is an extensive alteration of the windows and therefore the entire facade to an ahistorical style. The 80-year-old angled display windows are part of the architectural description for the building's inclusion in the National Register of Historic Places. As the Historical Commission points out, plate glass windows are a key element of the building's coherent and rare Art Moderne storefront design. There is no plan showing the existing facade versus what is proposed or what other existing features will be removed as a result. The Historical Commission raises a definite probability that any attempts to change the windows would imperil the structural glass banner sign. This extensive plan should be examined and considered with expert advisory reports as deemed needed under the Planning Board's special permit authority. I hope you will deny the variance due to the absence of any required hardship. Thank you.
I apologize, Ms. Nikodich. Was that the I didn't want to cut you off, but was that the end of your remarks?
Yes, the thank you was the end of my remarks.
Oh, my apologies. I think it was a technical issue on my end. I didn't hear that.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I didn't hear that piece, so my apologies. Okay, very good. Thank you, Ms. Nikodich. I'll recognize next Tara. I just lost that name. It looks like
Cedarholm.
Cedarholm. Thank you. Ms. Cedarholm, you can unmute your mic and you have the floor.
Thank you. Tara Cedarholm, 20 Fruit Street. I would like to say that this is not a referendum on whether Brine is a good restaurant or not, or whether Ms. Caswell is a good person or not, but rather this is a discussion about the preservation of a unique and historic Art Moderne facade of Fowles. There is no reason to allow the modification of this historic and much beloved downtown landmark. As noted by the Historic Commission background report to the Planning Board, the proposed changes are specifically prohibited by the Downtown Overlay District, and that the only exception would be if the storefront were deteriorated beyond repair, which it certainly is not. In fact, it is a remarkable survival of the period, and one that should be treasured, not destroyed. The proposal put forward for operable windows is not in any way in keeping with the historical accuracy of the existing facade. The insertion of wood-clad, double-hung 2/2 windows into the space of the current monumental plate glass is completely discordant. It would not only destroy the aesthetic of the current false facade, but also, as the Historic Commission has pointed out, potentially risk the structural stability of the remaining facade, the sign, and the section below. Of course, Glenn Richards has pointed out to you the situation that the plan that has been presented is not very complete. You can't see what the final thing will actually look like, nor have they been very accurate in terms of the dimensions of what they plan to remove or demolish. I asked you not to grant this variance. This facade is important, unique, and a much-loved local landmark. Once changed, it can never be returned to its
15
current
seconds
state.
remaining.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Mary Jo Anderson, if you can unmute your mic, Miss Anderson, you have the floor.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Bryce and Mary Jo Anderson, we own and operate a business at 76 State Street in Newburyport. We are in full support of the operable windows at Brian's Space on State Street as well. We've lived in Newburyport for 17 years. We raise our 3 children here. They go to school, and we invest our time and our money in this community every single day. We would be extremely disappointed if this is not passed. I urge you to approve this request and keep the city moving forward. I'm going to leave you with a quote. Change can sometimes be difficult, but the secret to change is to focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but embracing the new and the possibilities of a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Recognizing next Beth Ann, just first name only. Beth Ann, if you can unmute your mic, kindly give us your first and last name and address, and you have the floor.
Street, can you hear me?
We can. We only heard the word street, though. If I could ask you to kindly repeat that.
All right, Beth Ann Schmidt, 485B Merrimack Street.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm asking to please not pass this variance. I do not feel that there has been a hardship here. Brine actually has been open now without operable windows, and I haven't heard in the news that anyone has fallen ill because they have now dined at Brine. This 1940s facade is historic and presents the Art Moderne style. It has been well preserved since then. This facade falls within the overlay district and is part of the Downtown National Register of Historic Places. To think that windows are not part of a facade is not true. Windows are part of a facade of a building. And if any construction starts to happen to this facade, who's to say then that other things like a sign, like the modern glass that was used, the Art Deco glass, couldn't be destroyed inadvertently in trying to replace these plate glass windows. So I ask to please preserve this 1940s style storefront, which is historic, which is embedded in a historic building itself, which dates back to the 1800s. This is what's fascinating about history. And, you know, obviously Ms. Caswell has made changes to the interior, and our hope is that we can preserve the exterior.
15 seconds remaining.
So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt, for your comments. Recognizing next, Jeannie Donahue. Jeannie Donahue, if you can unmute your mic, bottom left, and you have the floor.
Jeannie, we don't hear you at the moment.
Sorry about that. I was just having trouble unmuting. Jenny Donahue, 18 Cherry Street. I just want to first echo a lot of the comments that were that are seeking you to not approve this variance. There is no hardship, and my comments are this. I did grow up in this town my entire life. Fowles has been a staple beyond my entire life. And in terms of having a historic district and historic storefronts, I don't want to mince words. And it's a little disingenuous for Ms. Mead to just refer to this establishment by address and just sort of, you know, glaze over the fact that this is in fact our most iconic, and I repeat that, most iconic storefront that we have in our historic district. So any changes to it are significant. And I think it is also very disingenuous to say and to point to the health crisis that we've all been enduring this past year and a half as a reason to have to do this now. So I urge you, and I really truly compel the board members to understand what the historical district is saying, and what many have already stated to you this evening, and just again how iconic that storefront actually is, and that it's really truly one of the last, and if not the most iconic. So please keep that in mind as you make your decision tonight, because it does set precedent for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Donahue. Recognizing next, Frank Condella. Mr. Condella, if you want to unmute your mic, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. I've been coming to Newburyport for many years. I now live on 11 Brown Street and have done for the last 3 years. I'm in full support of granting this variance. I remember coming to Fowles when it was still in business, and it was a wonderful business. But just like that business was not viable and is not viable any longer, I don't believe that the current building, the way it is viable for a business. And as we've seen, it's been vacant for a few years. The windows, in my opinion, are in disrepair. Some might think that the building is well preserved, but I don't. The CDC and other health professionals have said that indoor dining is one of the most dangerous places to contract an airborne disease. And so I think that this proposal is actually wonderful. They're preserving a lot of the 1940s exterior. All they're replacing are the windows, and it's an improvement over what there is today. And like other callers have said, sometimes we have to have improvement to move forward. And I think a vacant building is much worse than an improved building. And I would just ask people, all you have to go to do is to travel to Paris, to London, or even Boston, and you will see much older buildings preserved and have restaurants in them with operable windows. So I would ask the board to support the variance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Condella. Recognizing next, Mr. Chris Johnston. Mr. Johnston, if you can unmute your mic, sir, you have the floor.
Appreciate it, Rob. Thank you. First, I want to say that there's a couple comments tonight that I've been pretty offended by. One, the wannabe hip restaurant, the homogenization of Newburyport, the term disingenuous. Those terms really do affect me. Those three, they don't describe the Coswell family at all. They were born and raised here, and they've done a phenomenal job. And the prepared statements, frankly, they're very hard pulling. They're very coordinated, and they're to be applauded. The preservation committee has done a good job at coordinating these comments tonight. However, if you remember correctly, the last meeting, the Arkelian family who built the Fowles business, they had a very applauding review of Nancy and gave her the applause to move forward, which I think is a very important statement towards them. The second important thing that I think is worth stating is that these people that have recollections of going to Fowles, which I do as well. I wasn't raised here, but I moved here 12 years ago, and the first place I went was Fowles. Got a magazine. It was really awesome. It really was. But it was the inside of Fowles that really struck me. It wasn't really the windows, so to speak. I spoke to a previous business owner recently of Fowles, and they asked me one question. They said, "Has Nancy preserved the marble countertop?" That's all they asked me, and I said, "Yes, she has." And she, if you go in there today, that the original marble countertop, which is very historic, is in there today. So I question what people are really passionate about. Is it the windows or is it the inside of the building? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And can we just get your address for the record as well?
I'm sorry, 287 High Street.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Thomas Coulter-John. Mr. Coulter-John, if you can hear us, we're going to take another pass at seeing if you are able to unmute your mic. You have the floor, sir. Mr. Coulter-John, I think there might be something. There might be some malfunction with your microphone, sir. We're not getting you 5 by 5, as they say. We can't hear you. Can you hear us? Mr. Coulter-John, we're going to circle back to you and give you a moment to perhaps maybe log out and log back in, see if that refreshes it. Moving on to, for the moment, I'll recognize Ben Harmon. Mr. Harmon, if you could unmute your mic, you have the floor.
Hi, I want to echo, surprisingly, my neighbor across the street here's comments about the history of fouls and just take a little bit of a different view. I appreciate the preservation of the marble, but mourn the loss of a lot of the other original features. But in addition, I'll echo the comments that he made about the discourse that's been taking place publicly in social media and in letters to the editor, and just the sensationalization of this issue and personalizing it. So this isn't about being anti-Nancy or pro-Nancy. I've been a big fan of Brian, but I'm here to advocate for the denial of this variance, because I think that it is our duty to preserve the historic, facades of our community for future generations and not just think about the short term. Despite all that, I've been happy about the success of Brian since it's opened. I've noticed lots of diners enjoying the space indoors and out. And unfortunately, the applicant chose an iconic downtown space at Fowles instead of going to a new construction or another site where these limitations wouldn't be, subjected to their application for this variance. So down to the variance, I think that there's just simply no reasonably acceptable hardship or safety concern. The applicant is currently operating without operable windows, and I encourage the board and everybody here to think about the other restaurants in town without operable windows. I've been going out, happy to be vaccinated and free to support my local businesses again in person, and it just struck me as I've thought about it, going from place to place and seeing that this isn't a hardship for anyone else. And furthermore, does she plan to close during the winter months or when there's inclement weather? Like, it just doesn't add up. A couple of comments just in closing here on the case law cited by Attorney Mead, Furlong versus the Zoning Board of Salem. Just to clarify that, I Googled it while we're sitting here, is about a marine lift hoist. So we're not talking about the safety of windows at a restaurant. We're talking about actual industrial equipment. And for the board's consideration, just echoing other comments from the Historic Commission, the installation of windows is the beginning of this. This is architectural or structural glass. Glass is breakable, and you can see this precipitating just the complete, removal of this facade, and that will be sad. If anything, if it has to happen and it comes to that, then I hope it awakens a new generation of people supporting historic preservation in this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harmon. Recognizing next, Peter Mackin. Mr. Mackin, if you can unmute your mic, bottom left, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, this is Peter Mackin, 13 Prospect Street. I don't have any strong feelings with regard to operational or non-operational windows, but I do believe that we should retain the prominent full signage, facade, perhaps a plaque and signage regarding the history and story of Falls. I also feel that Brine and Fowles, it'd be a nice way to see them blend the two brands. The whole window conversation, I tend to agree with Mr. Harmon, Mr. Bacon, that it's not about safety. The windows are going to be closed more than they're going to be opened, and it's really more about making it an inviting restaurant. Most importantly, I want to just say I actually support strongly the DoD the downtown overlay district. It's totally instrumental in retaining the great character and charm of our city. And to see anyone object to the DOD, in my mind, is really the wrong way to go for our city. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mackin. Recognizing next, Melinda Cheston. Ms. Cheston, you can unmute your mic, bottom left, and you have the floor.
Thank you. Melinda Cheston, 10 Fruit Street, Newburyport. I'd just like to say I agree with what Glenn Richards said, and I ask the board to request more information and detail from the applicant about the demolition proposed. I'd also like to add that the historic nature of Newburyport is exactly what brings people to this city and out to eat at our great restaurants. Fowles is a landmark building in this town, and that should serve Brine very well. I ask the zoning board not to grant this variance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cheston. Recognizing next, Kelly Duncan. Ms. Duncan, you can unmute your mic, bottom left, and you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. This is Kelly Duncan. I live on 17 Doe Run in Newburyport. I also grew up in Newburyport and wanted to give my full support of passing this variance, and did want to mention that my family and I did not dine inside all winter. We chose to dine outside or would dine at a restaurant that had windows that were open. So to say that that's not an issue with people just isn't true. And some people may choose to do indoor dining during the winter, but some may choose not to. And to have the choice to have the windows open for a longer period of time here in New England is pretty important. So I'm in full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. With that comment, I see no further hands up, but I'm going to give it a few moments because we want to fully vet this. I see a few hands that I'll begin recognizing as we go. I will recognize Mark and Leela Wright. Mark and Leela Wright, you can unmute your mic and you have the floor.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Leela.
Hello, Leela Wright, 55 Reservation Terrace. And I'm speaking tonight as not only a resident and a downtown business person, but a former ZBA member and a former Fowles Market counter, former Fowles counter employee as well. And what I want to remind the community is much of the character and charm that we love in Newburyport and that people come to visit and ultimately may choose to stay here comes from the individuals and businesses that were bold enough to take on the challenge of an older, dilapidated building or home. And in this case, they're taking what is a functionally obsolescent building and they're making it usable for today's business world. So I just want to say that I do fully support the Caswell's application for this variance as requested. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Recognizing next, Ms. Patricia Pecknick. Ms. Pecknick, you can unmute your mic and you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Ciampetti. I simply have a process concern. Special permits in the DOD require the planning board to review alterations, including window design and materials in the downtown. In fact, in the DOD ordinance, the longest section under review criteria is the section on windows. Under the ordinance, the planning board is the board charged with reviewing and approving or compelling modifications to any plan to alter exterior architectural features of historic buildings in the downtown to be sure that the plans comport with the Secretary's standards and the MPS bulletins. Section 27F states that notwithstanding anything in the zoning ordinance to the contrary, the planning board shall serve as the SPGA for any proposed work within the DOD that requires action by SPGA. And then it goes on to define work that requires a special permit to include demolition or alteration of a character defining exterior architectural feature. Respect and deference are owed to the planning board to send this application to that board for review, since the special permit for the alteration of the storefront is in fact folded into the request for operability variance. I understand that for the applicant, operable windows are the desired product, but for city boards and for the larger public, the process is the product. And the process should be that it goes to the planning board as the DOD ordinance requires. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pepnick. Recognizing next, Rita Malik, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your last name. If you can unmute your mic, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rita Mahalik, 53 Warren Street. Many people have spoken this evening to deny this request, and I support that. They've spoken so well, and they know so much more than I know. I've lived in Newburyport for 12 years now, and it's just been wonderful to live here. And I've seen many, many changes. I don't think Newburyport would be Newburyport what it is today without preservation. And I think preservation is really the key for Newburyport, past, present, and future. As the speaker just before me said, it's the downtown overlay district ordinance that's in jeopardy here. And I think that it's kind of lost in the trees. And I just hope that the zoning board will focus on the governance of our city, on their obligations to be following it and to execute it and to follow the process. I think if you do that, this has to be denied. So I'm spending time tonight listening to these arguments to urge you to deny this for the process and for Newburyport. And I hope that happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Healy. Recognizing next, we'll take another pass at Mr. Coulter-John, Thomas Coulter-John. Mr. Coulter-John, if you could unmute your mic. Mr. Coulter-John, I think you're experiencing the same technical difficulties with your microphone, sir. So I apologize. We can hear that you're trying to speak, but we won't be able to understand you. I'm going to
Chair, if I could, this is Andy. Tom, if you would, there's a call-in number as well. If you'd like to use that, we can also take comment that way. On the city's website, on the city calendar, there's a call-in number as well.
And thank you, Andy. And what we'll do, Mr. Coulter-John, is we'll give you a moment. We'll circle through other hands and give you some time to call in. And when you call in, you'll hit *6 to unmute your mic. Is that correct, Andy? Or is
That's correct.
6? Okay, great. And my apologies. So moving, we'll recognize next. The moniker is simply Tom. If that is you, we will recognize you. Just kindly unmute your mic, bottom left. And Tom, you have the floor. If we can get your first and last name and address, please.
Yep. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
My name is Tom Drost. I'm here with my wife, Kathy. We live at 77 Lime Street. I've been here for about 5 years. And I just have a few comments. I am not a historian, so I'm sure that will not be taken well by many. But I wanted to just say that Newburyport's not a museum. And I know people who have lived in Newburyport for a long time, my wife specifically, and I have fond memories of Fowles, but also is clear to admit that Fowles is no longer viable. And we're preserved. One of the things that sounds like we're preserving here is a change that was made in the 40s, in the 1940s, instead of maybe going back to the 1800s, which is the character of most of the town. And I've heard the word iconic. To me, it looks like a place that was cool once that just has not survived, and it's probably time for change for it. And it's really important to remember that the vibrant community that we have here is dependent, and the activity on State Street is not just dependent on the historical accuracy, maybe the historical beauty that's preserved, but it's based on the things that people do when they come here, because they don't come here just to look at a building. They come here to look at the history, enjoy what's been preserved well, and then they go out to eat or they go to shops. And that is really, other than the people that live here, like me, and I love it here, regardless of what it looks like, that's what people do, and that's why they come here. So anybody saying that everyone's journeying here
15 seconds
just
remaining.
Thank you. Just to look at the history, I think we need a fact check on that, I think. So anyway, I hope that the variance is approved by the board, and my wife and I both fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Rose. Moving on to our next speaker, I'll recognize Andy Major. Mr. Major, if you can unmute your mic, bottom left, you have the floor.
Yes, Andy Major, 3 Moulton Street, Newburyport. I've been a Newburyport resident for about 35 years. My wife was born here, so she's been a Newburyport resident for 72 years. We are both representing against the grant of this application. I think the devil's in the details on this plan. So I think I heard Ms. Mead say that the black base below the windows is not going to be disturbed, and that the banner sign, I assume she means the flat sign which forms the bulk of the facade above the windows, is not to be disturbed. But then again, I heard some other comments from other speakers saying maybe that's not exactly, those conditions are not exactly being what's in the details of the proposal. So I would ask the Zoning Board of Appeals to please carefully consider the details of this application before ruling on it, and also consider the roles of enforcement, because I think we have seen many times in Newburyport a developer proposing one thing to either the planning board or the Board of Zoning Appeals, and then doing something quite different when it comes to practice. So those are my concerns, as well as the slippery slope we go down if we start to just ignore the downtown overlay district and start to either say the downtown overlay district is no longer applicable at all, or say that we're just going to grant appeals and to variances to it willy-nilly whenever an applicant makes an application. That's a slippery slope, and before you know it, we're going to have the same concrete buildings that we would have had if back in the 1960s and the 1970s we had just bulldozed everything and bulldozed all the red brick.
15 seconds remaining.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Major. Recognizing next the moniker of Will, W-I-L. If that is you, if you could unmute your mic, you have the floor. And just give us your first and last name and address, please.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
All right, great. My name's Dan Wilson, and I live at 7 Williamson Ave. So I just wanted to say, for the last month, I've read and heard quite a few nasty comments made about the issue that's on the agenda for tonight. So I just wrote something down real quick and kind of wanted to go through it. So I wanted to start out and say, this basically goes out to all the keyboard superheroes that are out there to save the world one button at a time. Sometimes change is good. Sometimes change is necessary. There's a reason Fowles is no longer in business. It was time for a change. After almost 20 years since Fowles closed its doors, someone had to step up to the plate and create a change to the space that had a couple runs to it, but still failed. I would assume all the keyboard saviors have actually stood in front of 17th State and the Art Deco sign that everybody's talking about to see how dilapidated it has become. Now, the sign only serves as a reminder of how a business has come and gone. There's a second sign there that will give people the warm and fuzzies if they so need it as they walk through downtown. For everyone who's called or written on this topic, throwing the new owners under the bus, that actually think that this change will ruin the fabric of downtown, and I say this lovingly, need to find a hobby. Mr. and Mrs. Caswell are trying to run a business that has a highly, extremely failure rate. And if they believe that functioning windows and an updated facade will help their business, then we, as a community, should help them in any way we can. But if you're still having trouble sleeping at night over this sign, then you know that there's a second sign there. So all you historical diehards, you'll be able to get your fix and drive downtown anytime you need to get that warm and fuzzy feeling. Maybe the Caswells would entertain possibly replacing the Art Deco sign lettering to brine that would actually promote their restaurant and will draw customers in. Now, a business had its time, but their time is gone and it will not be coming back. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And I would love to see this go through, be passed tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Recognizing next Diana, just the first name. Diana, if you could unmute your mic, you have the floor, and kindly just give us your first and last name and address, please.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so hold on a second. It's Diana Kanosian, 42 Temple Street. I just wanted to say that the thing that worries me is what the precedent would be set for this variance. So if this is a hardship, then there's a lot of restaurants that could claim the same thing to get their windows to open. The Joy Nest, I think they're the third or fourth restaurant that's gone in. So they could certainly get their windows to open through a variance as a hardship, and that would look horrible. I mean, that's the tannery. So you've got Oregano's, Loretta's, The Point, Angie's, you know, the new restaurant across the street, Bar 25. I just can't even imagine what it would look like if all these restaurants had all kinds of windows opening every direction. So it's going to set a precedent, and, you know, there's going to be other people that are going to be coming for you for their variance. I think it's an important thing to think about. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kanosian. Recognizing, we'll take, I see one hand still up. It is Mr. Thomas Coulter-John. We will get another pass at Mr. Coulter-John to see if his microphone is working. Mr. Coulter-John, if you could unmute your mic, and you have the floor.
Oh my God.
Mr. Coulter-John, just if you can hear us, just so that you know what we're hearing, it sounds as though there may be a microphone filter on that. It's making the it's creating a very high pitch filter on your voice, and I'm afraid it's unintelligible from our end. Is there a way you can try to call in, and if so, we'll certainly entertain that, and I can circle back to obtain your comments as we move through the application. But I don't think we can take any, we won't be able to hear and understand you, sir. Do you want to give another try of your mic and see if it's working? Okay. Well, we'll put a pin in that in the hopes that if we're able to, I'll certainly circle back and elicit a comment of Mr. Coulter-John if he's able to perhaps call in. I see the hand of Mr. Fred Neihart. Mr. Neihart, if you want to unmute your mic, you have the floor.
And Fred, you'll need to unmute on your end as well.
Mr. Neihart, if you can hear us, you'll want to put your cursor on the bottom left of your Zoom screen, the microphone icon. Just click that until it goes green, and there you are. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you for the technical assistance. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I think tonight the most important thing is process. There's 60 years worth of history to the downtown Newburyport Central Business District that started with the Redevelopment Authority. And it needs to be, and the process needs to be honored and preserved. The development team needs the right to have economic means to go forward, but this is not the proper format for it. If they object to the downtown overlay district, they should petition the city council to have the ordinance changed. The variance should not be granted just because they feel that it's necessary to have operative windows. 60 years worth of hard work by the members of this community to preserve downtown, to create an environment for economic development that became a success for all of the residents that decided to live, work, and live here. I thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Neidhart. Recognizing next, Mr. Peter McNamee, and forgive me, sir, if I've mispronounced your name. If you want to unmute your mic, bottom left, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That's Peter McNamee, 9 Otis Place. I want to say that I am a member of the Historic Commission, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the Historic Commission. I just want to make the observation that on my commute to work every day, I drive through a town that has no ordinance in place to protect its historic structures. The result is that over the years, this town has become such a mishmash of styles that there's really no cohesive sense of what that town looks like. It offers industrial, commercial properties of plenty, but residentially, it's really a very bland place. So I just want to point out, where these rules don't exist, that's the inevitable end result. Here in Newburyport, where we have this ordinance in place, an ordinance which attracted my wife and myself to Newburyport years ago, and the historic nature of this town, we have an opportunity to preserve that. Now, if that's not important to some people, and I'm not saying that's not the case with the Caswells, but if that's not important to some people, they don't need to be in Newburyport. But Newburyport has a sense of itself, has this historic gem downtown. If we allow one restaurant or one building to disregard these ordinances, then we're going to have to allow the next one, and then the next one, and the next one. And then we'll end up with the exact same result as the town I described earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other hands before we move on?
And Chair, if I could, there are 2 callers. If you are interested in speaking, this might be your last opportunity to press *9.
Thank you, Andy. All right, I see.
See no hands raised, Chair.
See no new hands raised. And Mr. McNamee, I see your hand still raised. I assume that is just, thank you, sir. And Mr. Coulter John, if you want to try to call in via telephone, Andy, the telephone number is on the website, and we can circle back and recognize your comments. But I'm afraid we weren't able to understand your comments. There's a microphone glitch. But seeing no other hands raised, I will, for the moment, at least close that portion of the public comment hearing, and we will move to questions from the board. And of course, there's a lot that has come in the form of public comment, so I'm sure there will be an equal amount of questions. So I will get right to it, and we will begin with questions from the board. Mr. Delisle, why don't you start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Mead, I guess we'll go right to the good stuff here. There were a number of comments regarding the sort of lightness of the proposed plans as to what would be required otherwise. Could you speak a little bit to that, particularly to sort of how this plan that we have for the facade, how it actually relates to what is going to be put in place if the variance were to be granted as requested?
Yes, Mr. Delisle, I can. And if I could also, I'll do that. And then my client would also like to address the board, Mr. Chair, after I address Mr. Delisle's question, if that's okay.
That's fine. I had pressed sort of I pressed pause on the public comment section in pencil, just in the event that there were any further comments. With the chair's discretion, I'll try to include those, and of course we'll give the applicants an opportunity to speak.
Great, thank you very much. So Mr. Delisle, actually, I thought that we did a pretty good job on here, and I thought I was pretty clear about what was going to happen. And if we have details that I'm not able to address, then Julia Maradian from Seeger Associates Architects is on as well. So right now, Andy, if you could go to one of the photographs, just so it's clear what I'm about to say. There is a existing valance. You see that aluminum valance that a awning used to hang on right there above the windows? Now, if you could go. So the windows will go up to the bottom, to the top of that valance beneath the sign. So Andy, if you could go back to the drawing. So back to the architectural drawings, thank you. So you might recall in one of those older photos, those windows actually originally went up at least that far. So that's what is going to happen. So that valance, so that valance will be removed and the windows will be put in its place. There's nothing going to happen to the bottom and there's nothing going to happen to the sign. So this architectural drawing is exactly what's going to happen to the installation of the windows. Is that helpful, Mr. Dolan?
It is, but Andy, can you go to number 15 on the presentation? So the sort of that side portion of the facade that leads you to the double door, that's shown on the architectural drawing as one double hung window. Is that right? Because it looks like it's a longer distance, and it's just unclear from the architectural drawing how that works dimensionally. Is that window long? Because it's a couple of paces up that ramp from the sidewalk to the door. So I'm just a little bit confused about how these windows are actually working.
Sure. Can you go back to the drawing, Andy? So they will be one double hung window there as shown in these plans. So, I'm not the architect, please. So Julia, I don't know if you have any further clarification about that. But what is shown is what is to be put in there in the space that the original windows are. And I don't know if you can see Julia on the screen or not, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, until we get Julia, it just doesn't seem like it's to scale, though. That's, I guess, maybe a non-architect's comment on that. That it doesn't look like it has a scale on the bottom, but it just seems as though.
Hi, this is Julia. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Julia.
Julia Maradian with Seeger Architects. It is to scale, but in that drawing, that is in perspective because, as you said, it is angled in. It would be one double hung on each side, and they would be long double hungs, as you mentioned.
Well, how long would they be? And would it be the same length as the ones in the facade?
I don't have the exact length in front of me, but I believe that they are going to be longer. We didn't want to break up that portion with, another dividing in there. So we kept it one long double hung.
Okay. Right, but okay. So, but we don't have that information in front of us right now as to the dimensions
I can look
of
up
the
while you
windows.
keep talking. I can find it.
It will be.
If Attorney Mead, can you just clarify as to the potential for demolition or disturbance of the glass above and the granite facade or tile facade below the black?
So again, Mr. Dalal, I'm not the contractor for sure, but I can ask Mr. Caswell to address that. Obviously, the architects also have taken that into consideration, and they will take the appropriate precautions to make sure that those areas are not damaged. So they are the experienced experts at that. I am not. they understand the what is being proposed and what will need to happen in order to make sure that neither the sign nor the areas below are damaged.
Okay. Okay. That's all the questions I have for now. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Thank you, Attorney Mead. Moving on, Mr. Swanton, questions from the board.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to, can you hear me?
Yeah, there's somebody that has a microphone.
Yeah, it sounds like someone's microphone is, if we can ask everyone who isn't speaking to kindly mute your mic, it's creating, the speaker is creating feedback through your mic and it's disrupting the ability to hear everything. If I could ask everyone to kindly do that, and we'll try it again. Mr. Swanton.
Is it still an issue?
Nope,
No.
it appears to be better.
Okay, so you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear now.
Okay, good. I like the track that Mr. Delisle was on, because I too am trying to understand exactly what it is we're being asked to approve. We left the last meeting, I thought we were going to talk about whether windows can open, but it seems like there's quite a bit more we're looking at. We've already gone over demolishing the valance above them, extending the windows up, so that we're changing the size of the windows, the configuration of the windows. If you could put slide 4 back up, Andy. So there's the note here on the materials of the windows. I can't quite read it on my screen here, but down it says all windows to be dual glazed, solid hardwood sash and frame with SDL. What is an SDL?
That stands for simulated divided light, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, so that's also part of what you're asking us to do. In addition to the metal, the 1 foot area of metal that's currently above the windows, there's also like about a 4-inch band of metal below the windows. Is that also going to be removed, or will that be staying, or what's the fate of that piece of the architecture?
Julia, can you address that?
Yeah, there's a good picture of it.
Yes, there isn't a 4-inch metal band. There is the metal of the window. So
Okay.
we are not removing anything. The sill height existing will be the new sill height.
The sill height. So that, I mean, we can't really see a close up here, but I happen to go by the building today, and maybe it's not 4, but it's at least 3. There's like a step back, kind of decoratively done element, and I'm just trying to figure out what's going and what's staying. So
There is a approximately 1.5-inch metal band that will stay, and then there's another about 1.5 inch of the window existing. So that 1.5-inch metal band that is currently above the black granite will stay.
okay, and if Andy, you go to the slide 17. So when I went down there this morning, I was surprised to see like the glass beside. Well, I don't know if it's glass or what that thing is to the left of the current window, but that yellow and black area is that's, it kind of mimics the sign above. Is that staying or going?
The part on the left and right side that mimics the above is staying.
Okay. It would help. Usually applicants give us a drawing showing what it looks like today and then a drawing of what it's going to look like in the future. So, forgive some of these questions, but it's hard to parse here what you're really asking for.
Yes, that was with the previous drawings. I guess it was not kept with these.
Yeah, I think I'm just double checking here, but I think it was the head of the Historical Commission who said the windows, if you go back, Andy, to slide 4. In this drawing, it shows the windows on the right are 5 feet high and the windows on the left are 5 feet 9 inches high. That's about a foot larger than the current windows, right? Is that correct? It's even more than a foot larger than the current windows. And the current windows, I think he measured them at 4 feet.
It's
I-
about 10 inches, 10 or 11 inches larger than the current window, which is how much that metal awning band is right now.
Okay. I guess my next question is, we've had a lot of people talk about, we love brine, we love fouls. This isn't really a discussion of brine or fouls. I thought we were going to be looking at a request to allow windows to open, and then you'd go to the planning board and get approval for everything else. Instead, what I feel like I'm looking at here is a proposal for much of the design of the new front. I think someone said, I think it was the assistant chair of the historical commission who said the biggest piece of the DOD ordinance is windows. And here we are deciding not just whether they open, but their size, their shape, their configuration, their mullions, their surrounds, their materials, demoing the thing above. I mean, and it's not like I'm uncomfortable. Well, I guess I am uncomfortable because we don't do this here on the zoning board. I never recall looking at a downtown overlay district variance before. We're not experts in this stuff. That's what the planning board does. We are, we focus on the other areas of town and Plum Island and other things. So we're kind of, you're basically asking us to help you bypass the experts here. And so I guess my question is, at the last hearing, I said, I started a company, I ran a business for many years. I learned all about, making payroll and taking care of my customers. Your customers are a big piece of the reason they come here is historic downtown. And last month, you were asking us to kind of overturn the declare unlawful the DOD variance. Here, you're asking us to help you bypass it, bypass much of it. I mean, I don't understand. Why aren't you just asking us about opening windows? That's the only thing the planning board can't do here. Why are you asking us to make all these other decisions that should be going to the planning board?
If Mr. Swanton, this is Chairman Champetti. If I before anyone attempts to respond, I'd like to just interject more of a sort of procedural clarification for we as a board. This is a bit of a it is a bit of an outlier, this sort of a request, and I think it's correctly and aptly put that this is not the prototypical business of our board. In fact, DOD compliance is more prototypically sort of it is the dominion of special permits, and it is the planning board that is the permit granting authority for sure. And I believe one of the public comments had raised that as well. In that this is a variance, it's probably appropriate for me to point out for our board members, just as guidance, that what lies before us are a few doors, to put it, to oversimplify it. We as a board could, in hearing this application, choose and vote to deny the request for variance. We could, if the board was inclined, choose to approve the variance and delegate the business of design and design compliance under the DOD to the planning board. We could choose to bifurcate that process, and in doing so, attempt to more closely align the typical business of our respective boards. Of course, this board could, because this is a variance request, could elect to hear this variance application with the design materials that have been put before us. And in doing so, not just vote on the operability of the windows, but also adopt the proposal as proposed. That is something that is within the purview of the board. And we can get to this later. And Mr. Port, correct me if I'm wrong in sort of organizing and outlining what is before our board. This variance, we as a board have the discretion to simply almost surgically extract merely the request for operable windows, leaving all else in design and practice and materials and execution to the more typical domain of the planning board. And Andy, is that a fair depiction as you see it as well?
Correct. Well, the applicant has asked for the variance as needed from the DOD ordinance. You could be more selective about the variance component that is granted approval. That's up to the discretion of the board. I know that the applicant has requested approval for variance under the ordinance to the extent needed for the proposed windows. Whether or not the board wants to do that or some smaller portion of that request is up to the board.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Port. So, Mr. Swanton, I'm not sure if that's helpful at all, but I know that us reminding ourselves, because this is so this is so atypical for we as the zoning board to be toiling with, to remind ourselves that we possess certain discretion, and we can we can choose to do one of a few things here if we are as a board inclined to do so. So I guess it's important for us to just run this through that lens as we continue through this process, and then we'll get into it more deeply together during deliberations, if not during questions. Is that helpful at all?
Yeah, it is helpful. We have choices. I guess I'm surprised from a month ago at how broad a variance is being requested here. And I'm concerned about, that's the job of the planning board, not us, to make all these design, to review all these design issues. It's not something we do. So yeah, I appreciate you laying that out. I also want to just indicate, that the city has a proposal in front of it right now, done by the planning board and the city council to get the zoning board here out of this window variance business. And I actually, just, my heart's in the right place here. I actually I was the only person of the public, speaking as a member of the public, who went to their hearing last week at the planning board and said, please pass this change to the laws and make it so the planning board can look at all this stuff, including whether windows open or not. So people don't have to come to us for this one little element in an overall design. So I just wanted to let you know, I don't have any issues one way or other about windows. My issue is being asked to make all these decisions when we don't have a background doing that. So I appreciate it, Chair. I don't know if the applicant wants to answer my question or not, but I still don't understand why, given their customers love to come to Newburyport for the historic value, they would want us to bypass in such a large way the only real protection that we have for the downtown. It's just a mystery to me, if you'd like to comment on it. Otherwise, I'll yield my time at this point.
Again, I'd like to say a couple of things, Mr. Chair, to the conversation that just happened. First, if it would be okay for my clients to make a comment relative to some of the stuff that has just been said, and then I would like to talk about the process. Is that all right, Mr. Chair?
Sure. I think that this is an appropriate time to certainly hear from the applicants as well.
So Jeff and Nancy, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, Jeff Caswell. I just wanted to speak towards the windows.
You have the floor, Mr. Caswell.
Okay. Granted, we plan on going back to historic for the plans. If an Art Deco works better, then that's what we'll do. If the windows need to be shorter, that's what I'm doing. I'm just trying to get the variance for the operability, because that needs to be given by this board. And then once I have the operability, I'm going to work with the historic committee after. If there's a different, trying to keep it so stuff is inside the building, not out. And if it's an art modem they want to do, I'll work with them. That's fine. I'm just trying to get the variance for the operability. And as for the construction, that valance, the windows were going to be in the exact same location of up to the bottom of the sign. If it's a matter of going to the valance, I'll go to the valance. I know it sounds very gray there, but I'm just trying to get the variance for operability and work through how that happens. And that's the process I'm trying to go through here. And, that's it. I know we're kind of out of turn here. I think my wife would like to speak to some of the other things.
Thank you, Mr. Caswell.
I'm just going to stay on under Jeff's name for the sake of not echoing. Just to touch upon even the statements made tonight and then by the chair about why do we want to do this and disrupt our community. I feel like that in itself is the statement that I've been wanting to make. You know, I'm in the business of serving guests and making people happy. And I open the doors to my restaurants to serve people. And if I didn't think that it was a complete necessity, I wouldn't sit here in front of all of you and in front of the community and fight this fight and put myself out there and upset my community if I didn't think that the business warrants it and needs it and the structure needs it. And I think that I've done enough work with our state to fully understand the 350 restaurants that have closed and the fact that Brian was going to close right next door. I think the statements where people have suggested, like, I chose Fowles, I think it's fair to say that there are very limited spaces to move into at this point. I think we've seen Black Cow go into its new space and we fought over that. And we, you know, have other ordinances now in place for changing use of buildings. So I was very much limited to where I wanted to go. And I believed that Brian should be on State Street. I don't want to continue to fight over the windows. I don't want to spend my day having people walk in and out of the restaurant talk to me about their personal preference on the windows. I believe that the pandemic affected individuals however they chose to be affected by it, whether you lost a loved one, whether you contracted COVID, whether you dined in a restaurant and you didn't believe in it, or if you didn't dine in a restaurant at all. The point is that the pandemic happened, it affected our industry significantly. It is not a thing of the past. The fact that people have said people have been maskless, that hasn't happened until the new regulations were put in place in which our team still remained masked. I think it's also uncertain times for what's going to happen with our patio. I walked the space today with Craig Holt, the chair for the ABCC. As you guys know, that extension of city patio use expires with the state of the emergency under Governor Baker next week, in which the city, as of August 14th, will have to make a decision on extended patio use in our city. While we've invested in it and I've been a part of organizing that, it is not going to save the restaurants. If people are choosing to go back out and support restaurants, I thank you immensely, but those decisions are very personal. And I think that coming to you to ask for operable windows is a necessity and it's a requirement for restaurants. I'd also like to say that, you know, I've done some work in the restaurants that have been considered historic. I did 10 Center, as you know. I was obviously in the Scandia space right beside Steak and Stein, where we did put the windows in, which I thought were appropriate. I'm not somebody who's a newbie coming to State Street, taking over an iconic historic space that I don't understand the history of. I think most of the people that have called in or have called in on the past or have been a part of social media, whatever, can see the work that I've done in all my time spent here the last 16 years. And I'm not a business asking to transform an iconic space like Fowles that doesn't have the ability to succeed in it after making these changes. These changes can be reversed, as others have stated. And I just think that if the board was going to have to make a decision that felt kind of blindly because they didn't know the business operator and hadn't seen my work in the past, I would understand why you'd be concerned. Beyond that, the process piece, restaurant margins are slim to none, and I think that all of us can understand that. I think we've kind of worn our hearts on our sleeves and kind of communicated that in the last 16 months. But this process is expensive, and I've already invested a significant amount of money in pursuing my dream to stay a part of Newburyport. And I think people can see that in the work that I've done in the interior of the space. And I haven't cut corners in that. I've, over the last 3 weeks of being opened, have heard more stories about Fowles, people telling stories, delivery guys telling stories walking in. And that experience is what's telling. I don't think it has to do with the facade piece to the extreme that people are saying. I'm not trying to create a space that's for tourists, even though I believe in culinary tourism. I'm just trying to create a space where people can gather and have a good time. And having been beside this space for as long as I have, I've seen it abandoned, I've seen it emptied. It was not because my landlord chose to not participate and take care of it. It was because it's a hard space. I've had people walk in the door, ask me for a cigar menu, because they want to have a cigar. We can't half of those things. And so I just want to speak to the fact we're only asking for operable windows because I believe that we need them to succeed. And I wouldn't be in this position in arguing over it if I didn't believe in that. And I don't want to be on the other side of not serving people in a hospitable and gracious way. So that's really where we're trying to go with this. And I just wanted to take a second and speak to you about that side of the business.
Thank you, Ms. Batista. So just to be clear procedurally, as is the discretion of the chair, I may have to hopscotch into the different segments of our public hearing, for instance, reopen public comment or reopen the applicant presentation component to make sure that we have a complete process. So in the spirit of that, that is part of the applicant's presentation, which is why it doesn't fall under the 2-minute request for public comment. But just wanted to make sure that we were clear so everyone knew the format. So with that, Attorney Mead, I believe you were responding to one of our members' questions.
Yes, I was. So to the questions that Mr. Swanton, how did we get here? So you might recall that the application before the board, which has been moved to after this application, was to actually overturn the zoning code enforcement officer's determination that the DOD applies to this building. And we had a several-hour meeting relative to that. And while we strongly believe those legal arguments to be the case and would carry the day, the board had a lot of consternation over that for various reasons and asked us over and over again, why aren't we applying for a variance? I would be supportive of a variance, or I would be more happy to consider a variance. And so here we are. And then I think about the application, and the issue before the board is, and you've already started to talk about this, is how detailed is the application? What are we putting before the board? And if all we did was come in and say, we want the windows to be operable, I can assure you, and rightly so, that every single one of the board members and every single one of the members of the public would say, well, what does that mean? What does it look like? How's it going to be? How big are they going to be? What's going to be removed? So we had to come to the board, I believe in my best judgment and the judgment of the architects, and show the board exactly what was intended and exactly what is to be removed and where the windows are to be located and how they are to be operated. And so that's why we're here with a variance request. And that's why we have presented these plans to this board, because we would like the board to approve the operation of these windows as presented. You've heard my clients. My clients want operable windows. If the board wants to approve operable windows and say, go back and get the design approved by the planning board and the historic commission, you've just heard my client say that's okay. But had we come here with no design and no plans, I can assure you we would have been run out of town on a rail for that as well.
Thank you, Attorney Mead. Any further questions or follow-up questions, Mr. Swanton?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the comments that were just made by the owner and her attorney on both owners. And my heart goes out to you. I mean, you're trying to make this thing work. I get it. And we're sitting here wondering, we're feeling a little like a fish out of the water here, trying to look at a design in the downtown, something we never do. I guess my question is, I mean, you got the indication back in like March 11th, I think the document says that you're going to have to go to the planning board here at some point. Yeah, you need to come to us for a variance for the window opening because that's the only thing they can approve, but everything else is their bailiwick. I would feel so much better if you'd gone off and met with them and they'd begun to chime in. They are our experts as a city that are administering this stuff downtown. And I guess my question is, I was going to say, why didn't you go to them sooner? But I rather than looking backwards, it would be so much easier for us if you'd gone to them and they had some sense of the overall plan, because this is their job, not ours. And all the things you're asking, you made a good point. It's hard to imagine it if you can't see the size, the shape, and all this other stuff. But we're not the ones to rule on this stuff. So that's my question. Why don't you go to the planning board and get the process going? This has happened to us many times in the past. We just had one on Hancock Street that Lisa Mead was very involved with, where she had to go to the planning board and they kind of said, yeah, it looks good from our perspective. And then we approved our thing, then they went back there. And it's that, you know, they got them through it much more quickly than we are here. So why not go to the planning board? They're the experts.
Because this ordinance says that you can't have operable windows. So we can't present something to the planning board that we're not allowed to do. That's a different project than Hancock Street, which included approvals by both boards in different roles. The zoning ordinance says no operable windows if they aren't currently operable. We can't go to the planning board with a plan for operable windows because their answer is going to be no, because they're not allowed to approve them.
Well, I understand, but you could say, I know this is not allowed today until we pass a new city ordinance that's already in draft, but it's not allowed today. I get that. But they could review the rest of the plan, realizing that we're going to, before they're done with their approval of the plan, we're going to have to then chime in and okay your windows, windows opening, because they can't do that. So you could engage them, make sure they're generally okay with things, not ask for a final vote, and come back to us and, you know, we'll hear from them that they're fine with this whole thing. We can sign off on a little piece here of whether the window's open and they can decide all this other stuff. I mean, that to me would be an approach that's not asking a board like us to do something we've never done before.
Any further questions, Mr. Swanton?
No, that's my big question.
Attorney Mead, did you want to respond further to that before I move on?
Well, the applicant's position has been that the ordinance doesn't apply. And this board asked us to come back with a variance application. And that's what we're doing. And now we're also agreeing that if all you want to do is say, yes, you can have operable windows, the applicant has said that's acceptable and they'll go get the design approved. But
okay, so perhaps we do that tonight, but is there any legal wording that has been reviewed by our city solicitor that would accomplish that? Because this is something we've never done. And this is something that's obviously one of the most controversial decisions of the year. So our city solicitor was here last meeting, which went till after midnight, but he's not here tonight. So how do we know that whatever wording we come up with is something that he feels would be appropriate in this very unusual situation?
we're asking for a variance, which the board grants on a regular basis and conditions it on a regular basis. I have the confidence that the board could craft a decision that would be appropriate in that regard.
I don't know of any variance to the DOD that we've granted.
I didn't say to the DOD. I said a variance on regular occasion.
Right, those that we do every week, I get those. We know how to do those. This is so unusual that I mean, we could perhaps maybe Andy has some wording, but I just, to me, an approval would be subject to whether that wording flies with the city solicitor. I mean,
And
I don't know.
I'll let me chime in for a moment, Mr. Swanton. I'll say this: it's certainly within our discretion, if we were to choose to do so, to, as I kind of mentioned earlier, to surgically extract what is within what I believe your sense seems to square with, and I'm sure you're not alone in this, which is that everything outside of can the windows be operable? It falls within the bailiwick, I believe you put it, of other boards, in particular the planning board. We could, as a board, surgically extract the portion of this that is within our purview, which is very almost robotically, whether the variance to the zoning ordinance to allow operable windows in the DOD is permissible, and we can subject that approval to the design review and further approval of the planning and/or his planning board and/or historical commission, subject to review and comment from our city solicitor. We have the power to do that. Again, if we chose, we can script that kind of conditionality. So I just want to point that out so that we, as board members, understand what tools we have, and then we can answer the second question as to whether or not we wish to pull those tools out of the tool bag and attempt to use them. But that's how, in the hypothetical, we would endeavor to do this if we were so inclined.
Well, that's helpful, and I'll yield, give other people, my other colleagues, a chance to ask questions who haven't even had a chance yet.
No,
Thank you.
by all means, this is the process, and thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Chairman, questions from the board?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I'll direct this to Attorney Mead. I think this variance, if we boil this right down to operable windows or not operable windows, is going to come down to us meeting the full bullets, the 4 criteria for a variance. And I guess I'd appreciate your help in understanding some of them, because it's a unique take on hardship. The first one being conditions and circumstances are unique to the applicants, and I'll say it's the structural building. And I think what you're saying is they don't have operable windows today. Is that correct? That's the hardship?
Thank you, Mr. Chan. Yes, and I want to go further to that. They don't have operable windows today, and it poses, quite frankly, you can believe it or not believe it, but we've shown the evidence, health and safety risk. And I did point to the Furlong case, not because I was comparing the lift, the boat lift and marine building to this restaurant, but to say that the appeals court has said that health and safety related to the structure is in fact a valid reason for a hardship. And so the health and safety related to not having operable windows in the structure is a valid hardship, and the board could find so accordingly.
Okay. And I think the next 3 bullets then fall in line. The fact that you don't have operable windows could be depriving the applicant to reasonable use of the building. And that the fact that they don't have operable windows isn't a result of the applicant, and the relief would not be a special privilege inconsistent with limitations on other properties in the district. I guess that's the one that that last bullet might be a little bit tougher row to hoe. How do you see that falling in? I mean, other buildings within the district, I'm assuming it would be the DOD, and they don't have operable windows for the most part. There are actually buildings in the DOD that have operable windows.
That's right.
We've discussed it before. There are several actually.
Correct. So to name a few, there would be Agave, Bar 25, Port Tavern. Those are to name a few. So it wouldn't be a special privilege. In fact, there are those operable windows right across the street at Agave. So, or Bar 25, excuse me. So I don't think it would be a special privilege because other ones in the district.
All right. So the biggest one, the biggest hurdle is the first one, that it doesn't have operable windows today. And in the light of COVID-19 and other viruses in the future, that could be a hardship. Thank you. I appreciate it. No other questions, Chair.
I'm not hearing the chair. Perhaps he's muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Sorry about that. And thank you, Mr. Shannon. Mr. Bennick, questions from the board.
I don't have many questions. We have plowed this pretty thoroughly. I will state that in my view, there's no question that the Zoning Board of Appeals has authority to grant a variance in this situation. And I would note that Attorney Mead's application is clear that her request relates to the operability of the windows. And I take her point, and I agree with her that a bald request without informing the zoning board with some details as to what that might mean would have been faced with a large frown from us all, I suspect. So I guess the real question, putting aside whether or not the variance criteria are met here, is, and I guess I would ask you, Mr. Chair, I'm struggling with the notion of whether or not in the context of granting a variance from the operability provision of the downtown overlay district provision, the zoning board has authority to approve the design of the operable windows that might be granted by such a variance.
Mr. Bennett, again, this is Chair Ciampetti. So given the context of this request, and of course this is with deference to our city solicitor, who we will have opined further on it, but it is my sense and my belief that in the context of a variance request, we do have the purview and we have the discretion to, if we so chose, to approve design as well as a variance to allow for operability. Of course, not in that order. Although I don't, I will say emphatically that would be a bit of a first for us and not taken lightly, to say the least, because it is equally emphatically well outside of the purview of what we do as a board. We also have, and I believe you stated this in my opinion correctly, in that I agree with your sense of this as well, that we as a board have the discretion to grant the very surgical request within the grander request here of operability of windows, a variance for simply that and no more than that, deferring as part of a condition of any potential deliberation of this board and vote in follow on that to relegate design control review and approval to the board that typically does this, which would be the planning board under the DOD. But that's my sense of it. I certainly, again, I'm not our city solicitor, though I will tell you that this is a very unique request, certainly in my experience on this board, which I know you're aware is quite long. I haven't seen anything like this, but that isn't to say that it isn't within our purview to do. So we have that ability, in my opinion. And Mr. Port, as our planning director, I'd like to get your thoughts on this before we move further along to keep this moving along.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I tend to agree with your observations. I would also, maybe I'm digressing, but although, as a practical matter, the zoning board, in my experience, does delve into design issues, and we certainly, in my experience, and I think I would be correct in saying we use our discretionary powers to nudge applicants in various directions if we feel a design before us might be improved. So I take Mr. Swanson's point, but practically speaking, we do get down in the weeds more often than not on design issues. And I think it's difficult to not consider those kinds of factors as we're carrying out our duties here. But I guess that's somewhat of a digression. So I just have a few more questions for Attorney Mead, and I just, looking and following up here on the variance findings that we have to make here, I, like all of us, are trying to grapple with those. And I guess I look at the notion of what the public good here is and whether or not this is a substantial detriment to the public good, which is a criteria, and whether or not we would be derogating from the intent of the overlay district. So I would invite you, Attorney Mead, to comment on those factors.
Sure. So I don't think it is against a substantial detriment to the public good for a number of reasons. I go back to my earlier comment relative to the changes to this building and perhaps other buildings in the 1940s in response to changing economic times. And interestingly, that of course is what is sought to be preserved here, is the facade that was changed in the 1940s as opposed to the 1820 facade that originally existed, where the window opening was probably the same size as the window opening to the right in the old Brine restaurant, if you look at the photographs. And I think that it's important for the public good to stay within the confines of the historic district, and it's not even a historic district, but the downtown overlay district, and the general tenor while still activating the streetscape and making sure that businesses are viable. I happen to have been around here a long time. I'm certainly not a native, but pretty active in the city of Newburyport. And before the downtown overlay district, the city of Newburyport didn't have, there was no historic preservation regulations in the downtown. We had the we had the demolition control, and you had the NRA who approved signs. But everybody has done what they really thought was the right thing to do relative to maintaining the city's streetscape in the downtown historic nature, but while at the same time making changes that were necessary for the businesses to be viable. And that, so making a business viable while still maintaining the historic architecture or revised historic architecture, if you will, is important. And that goes as much to not substantially derogating from the purpose and intent of the district as anything else. And I point out again that the purpose and intent and determinations under the DOD talk about the economic importance of the downtown. And so making a business viable or giving it the ability, you're not going to make it viable, but giving it the ability to stay viable and change with the times while still preserving the nature of the streetscape is entirely within the DOD. And so I don't think that by granting the operability of these windows, you either substantially derogate from the intent and purpose of the ordinance or the district in and of itself. In fact, I think it enhances it because it allows it to stay competitive and allows it to have the ability to refine itself and make sure that the building is preserved moving into the future.
Thank you. I think that's all I have for the moment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bennett. And that would have been my question as well, just to clarify, to ask the applicant to clarify by walking us through their presentation as to the elements of a variance. And I appreciate you having done that. And so I won't take any more time to do that again. So I have no further questions that haven't already been asked of my colleagues. I will go ahead and close that portion of our public hearing. Yes, sir.
Sure, I apologize. This is Andy Port. I don't have the ability as host to raise my hand. So.
Oh, sorry about that. My apologies.
No worries. I just wanted to offer just a reminder to the board, wherever you may go with the hearing and the discussion going forward. Just as a reminder, irrespective of the specific plans that are being proposed, there are essentially, in my opinion, two elements, and Jennifer Blanchet, our zoning administrator, is welcome to weigh in on this as well if there's anything she feels I'm missing. But there are two elements, I think, primarily in the DOD ordinance that are being requested here in terms of the variance. One is obviously the operability component. And that's because, as Attorney Mead mentioned, the ordinance explicitly prohibits a change in the mode of operation from its existing or present condition. And that's obviously the issue at hand here that's been discussed at length. But there's also in applying to the planning board for design of windows that might be shown here or some other alteration to them. The ordinance actually requires the applicant to demonstrate that the historic windows could not be salvaged or restored in some way first in order to be eligible for the replacement. So I just wanted to note that that is part of the request here, as I understand it, for the variance. If the board is inclined to transfer or have any further review by the planning board for design elements, just keep in mind that there's two elements that would be approved by the variance. Just a point of reminder.
So Andy, just to be clear then, if the board was inclined to bifurcate this endeavor and extract only the operability component via a variance as requested, and send and relegate the rest of the design review to the planning board, we would have to make two findings. One, we would have to find that the elements of variance have been met for operability, and that the current existing windows are not salvageable.
No, thank you. Actually, thank you for asking that question. So no, not that the board has to make the finding that that they cannot be restored. that is the finding or the typical finding that the planning board would need to make in order to allow someone to alter the windows that may be deemed historic. So in this case, if the board is granting a variance for the operable windows, it's also important to note that in order to get there, part of the variance and the exception that would be granted underneath the DOD ordinance is the allowance to alter windows that may or may not be able to be salvaged or restored in their existing condition. It's just a prerequisite when applying to the planning board for the change of something is to demonstrate that the existing windows could not be salvaged or restored in some way. So I just wanted to note that here because I didn't want anyone to think that if the motion is narrowly crafted, so narrowly crafted to only reference the mode of operation phrase in the ordinance, that would not, in my opinion, allow necessarily a viable outcome for a change in the windows because one would have to demonstrate first that the windows could not be salvaged in their existing condition.
Right. So just to be clear, if the windows, if the board decides that the windows are operable, if I understand you to be correct, Andy, and I would agree that you are also making the determination that they can be replaced.
Correct. And I had discussed this issue with Member Swanton. I think in light of some of his comments this evening, I discussed how that might be structured in terms of conditioning and so forth. And I'll defer to the members on that if they'd like to speak to that further. But exactly as Attorney B just noted, I think that's important that be integral to the board's vote. Otherwise, we might be sort of going around in circles.
All right. Thank you, Andy. And so a finding of this board, if the board was inclined to extract just the operability, the mode of operation, the board would also have to make a determination that the existing conditions of the windows cannot be salvaged to be rendered operable. Is that what I'm is?
No, actually, I was suggesting that again, if the board is inclined to grant any type of variance, that to recognize that if you are inclined to grant an operable window, it probably makes sense to also give the variance in terms of the other provisions of the DOD, in this case, the ones that require the salvage and replacement of windows that, if they could be restored, rather than saying that the board has to make the same findings that the planning board would make that they cannot be salvaged, just to make a note that that is part of the variance being granted from the ordinance. So
I appreciate that from our from Mr. Porter, our planning director. Members of the ZBA, having heard that, do any of you have any further questions before I close this portion of the public hearing?
Mr. Chair, this is Mr. Delisle. I just have a question for Andy. Andy, what subsection
right
of F5E is that, or is it not in F5E?
Apologies, I'm scrolling to the appropriate section right now.
Sure.
So in the it's in F, and sorry, not all paragraphs are numbered in a convenient way, but so for underneath 5, E, which is windows. So if you look underneath E, windows, and let me just show you this on the screen because it might be a little easier for folks to follow. There's a section in here that talks to the quality of the windows. And essentially the board needs to find that those windows could not be, or in poor condition essentially. And that's the point I was making. It's just that that if you're granting a variance, it's not just to allow the operable window, which is one phrase further on in here that speaks to not changing the mode of operation, but it would also be in order to achieve the ability to apply to the planning board for an operable window and the change of those windows. It would seem to be that the variance would be needed from this provision too, because one could not apply to the planning board for the operable windows to replace them if one could not demonstrate to the planning board that those windows were in poor condition.
Okay, I think I understand that. Mr. Delisle, did you have further questions for Mr. Port?
Yeah, I guess, well, I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask it, but I'll ask it anyway. So in crafting well, no, I'll reserve that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So in order to address the issue that Mr. Port has raised, if the board were inclined, a motion would be to allow the windows to be operable and to be replaced. And that addresses the issue. And then the design would go through the process of the planning board. Would you say that that's correct, Mr. Port?
Correct. That is in essence what I was describing, was that you'd be allowing the replacement and the operability. And then again, as I understood from the discussion, if there was a desire to leave the design review to the planning board.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Mead. Thank you again, Mr. Port, for that detail. Mr. Bennett, I'd heard you chime in for a moment. I wanted to see if you had any further questions before we close this portion of the public hearing and went to deliberations.
No, I was just thinking along the same lines of Mr. Delisle. I wanted us to be crisp about what provisions the applicant was seeking a variance from. That's all. And Andy's helped us on that, so I'm good.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And with that, I will close this portion of the public hearing and we will go to deliberations. And again, in guiding sort of the lens of our deliberations, the ZBA will need to evaluate and determine if the variance criteria are met, and the variance criteria are laid out in section 10H of our zoning ordinance, and additionally are articulated in the staff report, which is made available to the applicant and to the public and to each of us as board members. With that, I will start with Mr. Delisle in deliberations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In considering this matter all week, I was really trying to figure out a way to sort of, I guess one way to put it is to make both sides equally unhappy. And in going through this public hearing tonight, it seems like we can narrowly tailor this decision and not really leave everyone unhappy, I suppose, because the applicant gets something that they indicated they want, and those who oppose the variance will have a situation where the planning board and historical commission will be involved in this going forward with respect to the design element. So I think that in thinking about the variance criteria, and Mr. Shannon laid this out a little bit earlier, but I think the one that was giving me the most trouble is the idea that the variance can't be a grant of a special privilege. And that's really where I was struggling if this were to be a grant of a general variance from the downtown overlay district, I don't think that aspect of the variance criteria could be met, probably among others, but staying with the grant of a special privilege, in sending the applicant now on to the special permit granting authority for design with a narrowly tailored variance, I think that allows us to meet that aspect or that element of the variance, because in fact, we're treating the applicant like everyone else would be treated, and everyone else will be treated going forward under the proposed changes to the downtown overlay district ordinance. So I think that given all this, we have a situation where there are arguments to be made on both sides. And we can, as a zoning board of appeals, address both sides in a way that makes sense and not be in a situation where we're going to derogate from the purpose of the ordinance and not grant a special privilege, but be able to move forward on this matter. So I think based on that, I can support the narrowly tailored variance that we were discussing a few minutes ago with Mr. Port.
Okay, was there anything further, Mr. Delisle?
No, thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Delisle. Mr. Swanton, your thoughts and deliberation, and again, tailored to the enumerated conditions under variance section 10H.
Yeah, I think Mr. Delisle hit on some very good points there. This is a compromise. And it doesn't make everybody happy. What I most like about it is it keeps the planning board in their design capacity, which is what they do. That's not what we do, not in the downtown. At least I've never done it before. I do have a concern about creating a variance here, because in the past, we've been very strict about, it's got to be an unusual lot shape, or it's got to be unusual soil condition, or it's got to be unusual topography. And I can't find any of those things here. But to me, it is very significant that the city council and the planning board are working on making a change to get us remove this. To me, it's kind of a silly need to have us look at window opening rather than have that one of the many things the planning board looks at. So that's, to me, just a practical reason why I'm not pushing hard on the usual variance criteria as I usually do. My biggest concern, quite frankly, is what are we going to vote on? I'd like to see some words here. So it's hopefully, if we're going to make a motion at some point, we can see what it is. If we're going to have a narrow motion that we can get behind to grant a variance for the windows and the other issue that the planning department mentioned. So I'd like to see the wording, but in general, like I too kind of agree with Mr. Delisle that this is probably our best path forward at this point. And that's my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton. And I believe that as we move through deliberations, if we find ourselves at a motion crafting process, we'll certainly all endeavor to parse out something if that's in the cards to do. Mr. Chairman, deliberations.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I agree with previous discussions. I am still struggling a little bit with that very first condition, which is it's unique to that structure. It's a little bit of a leap of faith that having non-operable windows is a burden. But I'm also on the other side of the coin. I'm in favor of operable windows for a host of reasons, and the fact that there are operable windows in the DOD, I don't think it is a special privilege. So I can come to grips with that, and I do like the strategy of crafting the acceptance of the variance narrowly, so that the planning board is still engaged. So I can support the variance again if structured properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Bennett?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that we have collectively landed at a place where we have exercised our discretion and obligations to balance the various interests that we are bound to do as members of the Zoning Board of Appeals. I will state that I was educated, highly educated by the various comments that we heard this evening. And I appreciated all of those comments. Didn't agree with all of them, but I certainly was happy to hear them. And it suggests that perhaps our process is working a little bit, even though some people may not be happy. I think the City Council adopted the overlay district. It adopted that, of course, somewhat in a vacuum. I mean, it didn't adopt it in the context of any particular project, but as an ordinance, which was to be thereafter applied, if necessary, by the Zoning Board of Appeals in our discretion. So I think we're endeavoring to do that, and I think, as I said, we've arrived at a spot where I certainly can support, and I believe that in my view, the variance findings have been met here. I can articulate reasons for that if need be, but I do find that the criteria have been met, and I don't believe, and contrary to some concerns, and they're legitimate concerns, I don't believe anything that we do this evening creates a slippery slope. I believe that the discernment and discretion of the members of the Zoning Board of Appeals and the Planning Board have evidenced that over the years that there won't be such a slippery slope. And so that's kind of my musing on this very challenging project before us.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And I echo many of the sentiments of my colleagues, and certainly with the greatest respect and courtesy to all of those members of the public who spoke on both sides of this, members of our council and other vested stakeholders in our city. It shows a great passion and buy-in and traction of resolve of all of our citizens that we all convene together with disparate ideas and aspire for the same passionate good end result. I am given certainly in our board's unenviable task of having to toil with this over multiple evenings. We are faced with the almost the inevitable result of imperfection in result. We will aspire as close to perfection as we can in crafting a good result, but of course we are doomed to disappoint many along the way, and yet we do our best each evening to try to do this work. I will say that in my experience on ZBA, I've always aspired to try to listen to the expertise of those that know more than me about these things, and that is most folks when it comes to this sort of architectural design review and such. We are well counseled by the advisory opinions we get from not only our dedicated and tireless historic commission, our dedicated and tireless planning board, and others within our city's boards and commissions that help guide and refine our decision making and try to help us arrive as close to that aspirational bullseye of good or perfect decision as is humanly possible. But I think that in the end, I'm moved and persuaded by the notion that we live in a malleable and flexible world, and change is part of that, and it's part of everything. I think that preservation is never paralysis, and I think that we have to be sensitive to the changing of times and do so in a thoughtful and sensitive way. And so I think, from my standpoint as well, and it sounds like I join my colleagues in this, I think that while I can find myself in support of extracting the operability question and replacement question, I would not endeavor to deal with the design review question because I don't believe that is best placed within our board. So with that in mind, I too can support that very narrow component of this request. And before I close the deliberations, I want to spin back for a moment, only in that I see one remaining hand that's still up, and in the discretion of the chair, I can reopen for a moment. Oh, I no longer see that hand. Well, I can reopen for a moment the public comment, just so that we have the benefit of every hand that was up. I see Andy Meja, and for a moment, I will recognize that public comment before we close the last portion of the public hearing and endeavor to craft a motion and then vote. Mr. Meja, do you wish to be heard? If you do, feel free to unmute your mic, and I will give you the floor for a hopefully very brief, but certainly I want to give you a complete comment.
I will be short and to the point. Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, sir.
Okay. So I'm glad that this particular figure is on the screen at this point, this proposed west elevation. And as I discussed earlier, I think the devil is in the details. So several members of the board and several members of the public expressed the concern earlier that what exactly was meant by operable windows was never very well defined. Well, the applicant, I think, has defined them here. Here it is. This is what they mean by openable windows. These are far from the continuous window wall that's in the existing structure. They are faux double hung. If you look on the left side of the proposed west elevation, it shows them as kind of looking like double hung, but if you look at the renderings on the right side, you see the way they fold up. They are not double hung at all. They're not, the two upper and lower panes are not at two different planes as they would be in a true double hung window. The illustration that's shown on the right shows multiple lights in each window, in each pane. The rendering that's supposed on the left at the proposed west elevation plan does not show such lights in the windows. So it's not even clear exactly from this drawing what they're proposing. But I would suggest that if you want to know what operable windows are, this is what it is, and it's far from what is there now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesha. And with that, I am going to close that portion of the public hearing and close deliberations. We will now move to a motion from members of the ZBA. And again, we can, I encourage the ZBA to craft any motion that you feel is appropriate with the benefit of each other in further discussion.
This is Mr. Shagnon. I guess I can take a swing at this. I would draft a motion to approve the variance for 1721 State Street, file number 2021-31, to include the replacement of the existing windows and make the replacements operable. That the final design for the windows, including materials, structure, placement, would lie with the planning board.
Okay. Mr. Shannon has made a motion. Do we have a second or any further suggestions in further, not that it needs further refinement, but this is a collaboration of all ZBA members. So I encourage you, if you feel compelled to want to add anything, now would be the time. And if not, I will ask for a second of that motion.
Mr. Chair, this is Mr. Delisle. Would it make sense to have it also subject to the remaining provisions of the DOD, or maybe the such provisions of the DOD that were not subject to the variance?
Yeah, I would say, Mr. Delisle, I would suggest that if the board was inclined to craft a motion of this style, that it should include a condition that that such motion shall be subject to further design review by the planning board and/or historic commission pursuant to their authority under the DOD. Something like that, which is specific enough, but also broad enough to allow them to apply what remains within their purview under the DOD in design review, because I think that's what I'm hearing.
Chair Chimpetti, this is Andy. If I could, I may be able to help the board. Given having discussed this particular aspect of it with Mr. Swanton before the meeting, I might be able to provide language to you if you'd like to consider it now.
Please.
Sure. I had taken a look at the issue that Ken had spoken to and tried to craft some language that might effectuate what I think has been discussed this evening, which you can see on the screen. The red text is what is just to make it explicitly clear what was discussed with Attorney Mead a moment ago about the replacement. But I believe that this phrasing, if you'd like to review it, might accomplish what you were discussing.
Okay, I can see that this is the proposed motion. All right. Thank you for providing that, Andy. Mr. Delisle, Mr. Shannon, do you wish to further refine, or I should say, Mr. Shannon, it's your motion. Anything in this proposed motion that's been crafted by the planning department around this extraction of just operability and replacement? Is there any members of the ZBA want to craft a motion around this at all, or proceed as we have a motion currently?
I don't have a problem with the motion as presented by Andy that he has up on the screen now. That's much more detailed, much more refined. I would propose that we switch that the motion be as stated there, if the rest of the board's in agreement.
Okay, let's see. So do you wish to? Let me ask you, just in the interest of our our rules of order, Mr. Shannon, do you want to take a moment and refine your motion? And
Sure.
Please.
I can refine it and read Andy's. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so Mr. Shannon is and am I correct? You're refining your motion to adopt and adapt the proposed motion by member Ken Swanton, but this is going to be a proposed motion by member Walter Shannon, and it is a three-prong motion.
Sure. Do you want me to read the whole thing so it's on the record?
Sure.
Sure. I make a motion to approve the granting of a variance for 17-21 State Street, file number 2021-35, to allow the installation of replacement operable storefront windows, notwithstanding conflicting provisions in the downtown overlay district, provided, however, that such approval shall be subject to the following limitations and parameters. The variance herein granted is to allow operable storefront windows only, where the DOD currently prohibits outright a change to the mode of operation. Final window design details, such as material size, shape, etc., shall be subject to further review and approval by the planning board, as said board would typically have and retain oversight of such details when acting as the special permit granting authority within the DOD where historical windows are proposed to be replaced. No further relief is herein granted, and grant of this variance shall not be construed to include approval for changes to existing or historical signage, including but not limited to the band and blade storefront signs, which shall remain subject to DOD regulations and planning board review as applicable. That's one big motion.
Mr. Delisle, I'll second that.
Mr. Champetti, you can't be heard.
Thank you, Attorney Mead. My apologies. So we have a motion by Mr. Shannon. That motion is made and seconded by Mr. Delisle. I'll read the roll. I'll take the roll call now on the motion, on the seconded motion that's now on the floor. Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
I feel odd it says by member Ken Swanton. I asked him to prepare something. This is Andy's words, but the important thing is here, I also vote aye.
Yeah, my apologies in crafting this. I had possibly anticipated member Swanton making the motion, so my apologies for putting a header on it.
Yeah, this text is of no consequence, given that it's now been read into the record, although I'm sure it will be adapted into our record by Ms. Joy. But the proposed motion by member Swanton will be removed. It's everything that follows that's actually the substantive part of our motion. Okay, we have a vote, and I apologize, I stopped mid roll call. I'm going to start over. Mr. Stephen Delisle.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
And Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That is 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and the variance request, as scripted and limited here, is approved. I want to thank everyone for your tireless work, patience, and for your involvement, and members of the public who have taken the time to be here so late. Thank you for sharing your comments, your thoughts, and your passion. And with that, we will endeavor to move on with the rest of our meeting this evening. So going to the next application, this is the variance that we had placed. I'm sorry, this is the appeal that we had placed in sequence. Caswell Restaurant Group, care of Lisa Mead, Tellerman and Costa LLC, 1721 State Street. This was the original appeal, and it was continued from the meeting of 5/11/2021. Attorney Mead, how do you wish to dispose of or address the appeal for this evening?
Mr. Chair, we would like to continue it to the July 27th meeting with the hopes that eventually we'll be able to withdraw it.
Let's see, July 27th. Mr. Port, what's the critical date for this appeal?
Yeah, so actually, if the applicant's agreement, we would agree to the extension and an extension of the period of time in which the board has to make a decision.
Okay.
I would suggest that be to 10 days after the board's meeting on the 27th of July.
That would be fine. We would grant both the extension and request the continuance.
Okay, the applicant, members of the ZBA, the applicant has requested a continuance of the appeal application 2021-18 to the meeting of July 7th, along with relief to the board of the critical date by which the board must answer to the appeal and given an additional 10 days beyond July 27th. Is that correct, Attorney Mead?
That's correct.
Very good, thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the request for a continuance on the appeal?
It's Greg Bennick. I will so move.
Thank you, Mr. Bennick. Do we have a second?
Mr. Shagnon, I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Motion is made by Mr. Bennick and seconded by Mr. Shannon on the motion to continue the appeal application. Calling the roll, Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon.
Yes.
Mr. Bennick.
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries and the appeal is continued to the meeting of July 27th with the condition of applicant's relief from the critical decision date to 10 days thereafter. Thank you. And,
Well, I just want to say, I really, on behalf of the applicants,
Thank you.
say thank you very much for the board's consideration.
thank you, Attorney Mead, and thank you to the applicants and representatives and everyone who had taken the time to participate in the hearing this evening. Moving on now to the next application. This is the application, and thank you to the applicants that are further down on this agenda for your patience. I know it's late. We're going to endeavor to move as swiftly but carefully as we can to get through this business so that we can get your applications heard. With that, we have the application of Peter Zani and Tony Finacciario, 32 Forester Street, docket 2021-29, a special permit for nonconformities. This is a request for a modification and addition to a pre-existing non-conforming structure. Speaking on behalf of the applicant, we have Attorney Lisa Mead. Attorney Mead, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, Lisa Mead, Tellerman Costa on 30 Green Street, Newburyport. On behalf of the 14 Fruit Street LLC, as stated by the chair. So this property is located on 32 Forester Street. And if you go to the next slide, please. It's located in the R2 district in the DCOD overlay district. It's a single family home. Property is pre-existing non-conforming for lot area, frontage, front side setback, and side setback. The R2 district requires a minimum lot size of 10,000 and the property has 6,366 square feet. Front yard setback required is 25 feet and the property has 15.4. There's a 10-foot side yard setback where the west side setback is 4.1 and the east side setback is 5.7. The original structure is dated to approximately 1850 and is listed as contributory on the district data sheets. However, less than 25% of the exterior structure is being removed and therefore the DCOD is not triggered. If you go to the next slide, please. The applicant is proposing to construct an addition on the rear of the structure that is 24 feet by 15 feet, and then construct a deck on the side of the new addition. The proposal extends into the west side setback, but makes it no worse. I'll go over that in a minute. And you'll see that the structure, if we go to the site plan, Andy, that's next, I think. So as you can see, this is a long, narrow lot, not quite as long as some of the other ones on Forester Street. I'll show you that in a minute. But the structure doesn't sit square with the street. And therefore, as the building gets longer to the rear, it moves closer to the west side. And so you'll see on the west side where that current setback is 4.1, the applicant steps the addition in so that the proposed setback doesn't extend beyond 4.1. And then on the right side, the setback is 5.7, but because that side of the lot is the opposite angle, the setback actually gets greater to the rear to 9.2, but it doesn't quite meet the 10. And so therefore, that's also an extension of the pre-existing non-conforming structure. Currently, where the addition comes off, the rear will remain lower than the main ridge of the front plane of the house. And so if you could go to the next slide, please, Andy. So here are the elevations. This is the front elevation of the existing structure. And the next slide, please. And then we have the right side elevation, just to stay here for a minute. So the addition is on the rear of this structure right here. And when we get to another elevation, you'll see that that actually ridge line actually drops down, and it doesn't actually can be seen from the front. Next slide, please. And then there's the left side elevation, and the next slide, please. And here's the rear elevation where the addition will be added. And as you can see from this elevation, that rear ridge actually drops below the front. As you can see in some photos we're going to show you momentarily, this lot has a significant drop to the rear. There's kind of a, I would say actually, a ravine is how I would describe it in the back of these lots on Forester Street, but it does drop to the rear. So it'll be a little odd look at it when we look at the photograph. So the next slide, please. And so what the proposal is that there's an addition on to the rear of the house, and that addition is to the left side of this proposal. The existing structure is on the right side of the proposal. And so this is the 15-foot wide, 15-foot deep, 24-foot wide addition. Next slide, please. And here you can see this is the right side elevation, and on the rear you can see the addition on the structure, which is the same height as the existing addition on the structure, which cannot be seen from Forester Street. And the next slide, please. And then this is the rear addition, the view from the rear addition with the deck on the side. And the height, as you can see, the architect who doesn't do a lot of work here in town, he just measured the height of all the various roof lines, but the height remains under the requirements of the ordinance as we state in our filing. And the next slide, please. So here are the photographs. This is the existing structure. There was a lot of TLC that needed to happen to this structure inside to shore it up. And they started that renovation and demolition work inside the existing structure. But this is a photo of the structure. And the next slide, please. And then this is the structure going down Forester Street. It's on the left-hand side of the street. And you can kind of see here how the lot starts to drop in the back. Next slide, please. And that's a little closer to the rear addition. And the next slide, please. And here's the driveway side. And the next slide. And this is the rear of the house. And then on the next slide. So here's the yellow outlines the existing structure. And I'm going to talk in a little bit about how the addition on the back is actually consistent with the neighborhood. But you'll see there's the drop in the back, and the addition is going to be put right on the rear of the existing addition that was put onto the main house, and exacerbates the sideline setback slightly, but doesn't go any further into the sideline. So the first criteria under Section 9 is that there will be no addition of a new nonconformity. And here there will be no new nonconformities being created. and the existing nonconformities are extended but not being made any worse. And then the next part of that criteria is whether or not the proposed change will be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the pre-existing non-conforming structure. As I showed on the plans, the proposed addition is modest in size. Its lot, the lot on Forster Street is quite large and deep. The addition will be completed in the same style and finishes of the original structure. The addition steps in from the original structure and is no taller than the existing structure. The rear setback still far exceeds that which is required under the ordinance. And regarding the neighborhood generally, if you could go back to the My Maps plan, Andy, it's just helpful to see. The homes on Forester Street generally sit on longer, deeper lots. This property is no different than that. And the additions are put to the rear, and the houses grow within the lot, as you can see. Also similar to the house immediately to the left and right of this and across the street on Forester Street. So the proposed structure will be keeping in general with the neighborhood and will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structure. Additionally, the applicant has reached out to the neighbors, and Andy, if you go to the last page, has received letters of support, which are in your file, from the two most direct abutters, and then abutters across the street, up and down both sides of the street. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 additional 8 letters of support, including the direct abutters. And so with that, the applicant believes the board can find that the proposed addition is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structure, and we request the board's consideration and approval of the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Mead. Closing that portion of the public hearing, we'll now go to the public comment section. For members of the public that are in attendance, I'm sure you recall from the last application, the public comment instructions slide is up on the Zoom screen. Just kindly click the raise hand icon and we will recognize anyone who wishes to be heard. Just give us your name and address.
And we do have one caller, Chair. And again, for the caller, if you're interested in speaking, you can press *9 to indicate so.
And thank you for that. Thank you for that, Mr. Port. Seeing no hands raised, going once, going twice. Seeing no hands still, I will close that portion of the public hearing and we will go to questions from the board. We'll start with Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andy, could you go over to slide number 9, I think, just the slide prior to the one you're on right now? So, Attorney Mead, is the addition is to be built at the same level, the new addition is to be built at the same level as the old addition, but the house sits up higher than either addition. Is that correct?
So yeah, the main house, I would call it the original historic house, Mr. Delisle, although I don't know the date of the first edition, is the ridgeline is taller. Yeah, the ridgeline is taller than the first edition on the back, and certainly the addition is being proposed. And I think the best elevation that shows that is the rear or the side elevation on the existing structure, maybe 8, Andy. There you go.
Yeah, okay.
So the proposed addition, Mr. Delisle, is being built right on the back of this.
It comes right off the back, so it's just an extension of the existing addition.
That's correct.
Okay, okay, that's it. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Mr. Swanton.
Mr. Delisle asked the question I was going to ask, and I went by this today. I thought it looked fine. So I really have no questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Swanton, thank you. Mr. Shannon.
Yes, thank you, Chair. One question, Attorney Mead, is there a new foundation being poured to support the addition? And how is that connected to the old foundation? Or assuming there is one? Or do you know? Maybe you don't know.
I don't know, but let me see if I can get an answer on that. So hang on 1 minute.
I looked in some of the other drawings with the other package and I didn't see anything. And I was just curious. It's more a curiosity, just to, make sure it has a foundation under it.
Right. Well, it obviously has to meet building code. So it will have some sort of foundation, whether it's a full foundation or a partial foundation. I don't know the answer to that. One of my clients, yes, there is a new frost wall that's being constructed.
Oh, okay, so it's, yep. All right, it's not a full foundation. You can walk in a basement. Okay.
Peter, are you on? Right. So he says it's a new frost wall.
Okay, understood. All right, I have no other questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bennett.
I have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And I'll say that I don't have any questions that haven't already been addressed by my colleagues. So thank you. And we will now.
Chair Schimpetti?
Hello?
Chair Schimpetti, this is Andy.
Oh, hi, Andy.
Yeah, sorry, if I could just ask for one clarification, if the board is inclined to discuss deliberations or motions. Just looking at the plans, just to make sure that the record is clear as to what's being proposed. I just wanted to ask Attorney Mead, on this set of drawings right here, it looks like the roof line is level here or matching. Yet in the prior drawing, or the other drawing, there's an offset there. Could you just clarify, is this lower than the existing addition? There seems to be a discrepancy in the two, in the right and left.
It's the same height, Mr. Port. And so I'm going to apologize for the architect on that. It's exactly the same height as
Okay.
the.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure that's clear for the record.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Port. Thank you, Attorney Mead. I will.
Mr. Champetti,
yes.
Could I just get a clarification? Was that the resolution there that the proposed addition is the same height as the existing addition, or the proposed addition is the same height as the existing roof line of the historic original house?
No, thank you, Mr. Delisle. The proposed addition is exactly the same height as the existing addition.
Right, so just to clarify, it looks like there is a step down from the existing or original historic house at the front, but then that will be a continuous straight line across the peak to the addition.
Right, that's correct.
Okay. Was there anything further? Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I think I left off with, I didn't have any further questions that haven't already been asked. So I'm going to close that portion of the public hearing, which are questions from the board. Before we go to deliberations, I want to spin back to the public comment section because I see one hand that is raised that we didn't get to address. I see Peter Zani or Zani. Mr. Zani, if you can unmute your mic, I'm going to reopen the public comment section so that we can hear your comments. Just unmute your mic and you have the floor. Mr. Zani, I don't know if you can hear us. It looks like your mic is unmuted. Did you wish to be heard, sir?
And Peter, we are not getting any audio from your end.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'll defer to you, Chair. There is a call-in number as well for folks if they're having audio issues. I'm not sure if that's the issue, but.
Mr. Zani, if you can hear us, if you can call in using the number.
He's all set. I just got a text. He's all set. Thank you.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we can't hear you again.
Thank you. I've never done that. I don't know why I've done it twice tonight. My apologies. So we've closed that portion of the public hearing. We'll go now into deliberations, and in deliberations, we will deliberate the special permit for nonconformities criteria. So I will open up deliberations, beginning with Mr. Delisle.
you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Attorney Mead, for this looks like a good project. Clearly, there's no addition of a new nonconformity, and it also appears that the proposed changes will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. So this looks good. I can support this.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Mr. Swanton.
Mr. Delisle said it well. I concur with him and can support this.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Shannon.
I agree. I can also support it. And I think there was a note in there from the Tree and Sidewalks Commission. I don't know if we have to add that to the motion, but I can support it. Thank you. Good presentation.
Thank you. Yes, we do. We always note, we try to note through in the motion phase whether it triggers the street tree and sidewalk ordinance. And I appreciate you pointing that out as well. Mr. Bennett.
I agree with my colleagues. The criteria have been met, and I can support this application.
Very good. And I too have nothing further to share, and I too can support it for the reasons that my colleagues shared. With that, we will close the deliberations portion of the public hearing and go to a motion. Do we have a motion to approve from a member of the ZBA?
This is Mr. Delisle. I'll make the motion to approve the special permit for nonconformities for 32 Forester Street, file number 2021-29, with the standard condition, that the applicant shall be responsible for compliance with the applicable provisions of section 2B-46A and section X-H.6.Q and section X-H.7.B.10 of the Newburyport zoning ordinance.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Delisle. Do we have a second?
Greg Minnick, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Motion's made by Mr. Delisle and seconded by Mr. Bennett, calling the roll on the motion to approve. Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries. And the special permit for nonconformities on 32 Foster Street is approved. Good luck to you, and thank you for that presentation. Moving,
Thank you very
you are welcome. Moving next to the application of John and Beverly Murphy, trustees, care of Lisa Mead, Tellerman and Costa LLC, for the property address of 3 Marsh Street, docket 2021-30. This is a special permit for nonconformities. The applicant seeks all permits and approvals to construct an addition to the first floor of a pre-existing non-conforming single family. And may we hear from the applicant, and speaking on behalf of the applicant is Attorney Lisa Mead. Attorney Mead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Lisa Mead, Tellerman Costa, 30 Green Street, for the record. On behalf of John and Beverly Murphy, John goes by Jack. So if I refer to Jack during the presentation, that's who I'm talking about. This is an application for a special permit for nonconformities on 3 March Street, which is located on Plum Island. And this is for the construction of a 1-story addition on their pre-existing non-conforming single-family home. If you could go to the next slide, please. So the addition is 420 square feet. It will be located on the street side of the home, which you'll be able to see here in a moment. It will provide a bedroom on the lower story of the home, bringing the total number of bedrooms to 3. Jack built this home. If you've been in Newburyport for a long period of time, you know that Jack is a long-time builder in the city. And in 1977, he built his home for he and his family, and they've called it home ever since. He and Beverly would like to stay here and retire here. They've already retired, but they'd like to stay here. They're now in their 80s, and they would like to not have to climb as many stairs to get to their bedroom and laundry. So they would like to move it to the first floor. The property is currently pre-existing non-conforming. If you go to the next slide, please. And the existing conditions are as follows. And the thing that's a little odd about this, and I'm going to show you on the next slide, but there's a portion of Plum Island, and we don't deal with many of them because the area is to the is really to the east and south of Old Point Road, but there's a portion of the island that's in the Agricultural Conservation District. And so this property has 7,153 square feet, and it has 58.5 feet of frontage. However, because it's in the Ag Con District, which happens to be more conservative except for regarding the FAR, there is no FAR in the Ag Con District. The Ag Con District dimensional requirements apply. They are more conservative than the PIOD. And so if you go to the next slide, please, Andy. And so here you see the Ag Con District requirements, dimensional requirements, where clearly this lot and just about every other lot in the Ag Con District on Plum Island does not comply. So the lot area requirements are 400,000 square feet, and the property has 7,153. The property frontage is 58.8 feet, and it is required to have 300 feet of frontage. The height is 30 feet requirement in the Ag Con District, and the proposal and existing has 27.24. That doesn't change. The Ag Con District has a requirement of 3% lot coverage. The existing is 22%, and the proposal is to increase it to 27.9%. The open space, there is no requirement in the Ag Con District. The front setback is 50 feet. The existing front setback is 41. Proposals to have it 25.1. That's the side the addition is going to go on. Side setbacks are both supposed to be at 50. One is 17.2 and one is 11.7. Those don't change. The rear setback is supposed to be 50, and the existing is 18.9. That doesn't change either. The FAR, this would be the PIOD requirement at 25%. The existing FAR is 37.8, and the proposed FAR is 43.7. So you go to the next slide, please. So Marsh Street is out on the edges of off of Old Point Road, and on the left is the existing structure, and there also is a shed on the property, which is well, actually half on the property and half off. The proposal on the right is to put the addition on the front of the property on the Marsh Street side and actually remove the shed from the property, so that relieves some of the FAR as well as the lot coverage. Next slide, please. Here's the existing condition. These are actually the drawings from when the property was originally built. The next slide, please. Here is the proposal. You can see the one-story addition on the bottom left, and the right. You can see how it comes out on the side elevation. And at the top drawing, you see the existing house and the proposed addition on the front. The addition is 420 square feet. It will be built on pilings on the street side of the house. And as I said earlier, it will provide a new bedroom on the first floor and a laundry room, which will result in 3 bedrooms. Next slide, please. So under the zoning ordinance, you're allowed to have 1 bedroom. The structure already contains 2. Also, the PIOD says that the alteration, reconstruction, extension can happen if the board determines that it's not substantially more detrimental to the non-conforming structure, to the neighborhood, or to the PIOD. I just want to make a correction. I've just been told that the shed is not being removed, so I apologize for that misstatement earlier. Also, the board can issue a special permit for the extension of the floor area ratio as well. Go to the next slide, please. So here's the structure. You can see behind the house is the marsh area. The proposal is to put the addition where the driveway is. There will still be room for 2 cars, obviously, in the driveway. But the addition would be built on top of a disturbed area already, and would be on the street side of the house. The lot coverage will increase from 22 to 27.9%, and the front yard setback would decrease from 41 to 25.1. Otherwise, the dimensions of the structure will remain unchanged. So, as I said earlier, the PIOD is more restrictive only in the FAR category and not in the rest of the dimensional categories. So everything is pre-existing non-conforming. But interestingly, of course, even with that, the additions all still meet the requirements of the setbacks of the PIOD, not closer than 10 feet, which of course that it won't be. So under the ordinance, the board can determine that the proposal, we believe, is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing conditions. It won't be closer to any of the side lot lines than the existing structure. The structure is already non-conforming for the front yard setback, but will still be at 25.1, which exceeds, as I said, the PIOD requirements. The project will also increase the lot coverage, as I noted earlier. The proposed addition is single-story, 26.3 foot by 16 foot, tucked between the existing house and the existing shed. The addition is shorter than the existing house. It's only 1 story. It's located in an area currently occupied by the driveway and away from the marsh on the developed section of the property. It's directly behind and shorter than the house and won't obstruct the view of any of the neighbors. It will be moving, it will move it closer to the street, as I said earlier. And none of the new construction will be built, the new construction will be built to meet the wetlands and flood zone requirements. And so it will still allow a movement of sand and flood, if any, on the island. We're currently in front of the Conservation Commission. By the way, there was 1 hearing and then the substantial improvement form needed to be filed with the commission. So the commission's holding the hearing out. So with that, we talked to the neighbors. You have letters of support in your file from 9 K Street, 9 L Street, 12 K Street, and 11 K Street. In addition, today, 2 Marsh Street submitted a letter of support. So we believe that while there is an increase in the FAR, it is not substantially more detrimental given its location and construction, and that the board can find that the proposed addition will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood or to the PIOD, and we'd request your consideration and approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Mead. We'll close that portion of the presentation, public part of the public hearing, and go to public comment. Anyone who wishes to speak in support, in opposition, or simply speak in connection with this application, just kindly follow the instructions on the slide that's up now and raise your hand. We'll recognize you and give us your name and address, and you will have the floor. Seeing no hands yet, I'll give it another moment. Anyone who wishes to speak, kindly raise your hand. Still seeing no hands. Going once, going twice. I will close that portion of the public hearing and go to questions from the board, starting with Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions, a couple of clarifications. So the one interesting thing, Attorney Mead, that I heard you say was that the structure, the extension of the structure will be built on top of what is an existing driveway.
Yes.
Is that existing driveway, is that a permeable surface or you know, is it a non-permeable surface? What's the driveway made of?
Yeah, it's gravel. So if you can see it's gravel marked on this plan because we have to
Oh,
write.
yes, I do.
And
I
then
do see that, yes.
yeah, so it's gravel, and currently it's all the way gravel to the house. And so Andy, if you go to the My Maps, the GIS view, you can actually see you can see the gravel. There you go.
Yeah, I couldn't determine if that was, that's why I asked the question, because when that view was visible, I couldn't determine if that was gravel or not. It's awfully
Yes.
neat gravel.
It's very neat.
But okay, thank you for answering that question. And then Andy, if you could put up the I think it's number 7. Yeah, okay. So just for clarification, the one marked rear elevation in the lower left-hand corner, Attorney Mead, that shows the addition as though you're standing in the driveway looking at the addition when it's built. And where those windows and doors are, that's underneath looking through to the existing portion of the house, but underneath the proposed addition. Is that correct?
That is correct. The addition is open, but then that is the existing portion of the house. Thank you for pointing that out. And I say it's rear because even though it's the front yard, according to zoning, the house faces the marsh and the other side of the house is considered the front from an architectural point of view.
Yeah, sure. No, I just wanted to make that, just ask that question.
Yeah, absolutely. It's open.
But I understand it now. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Delisle. Mr. Swanton, please.
Yeah, Andy, could you put up slide 4? I will say that I went and looked at this street and this location. It's a very, very pretty location. Very close to the water. My concern is the last line here, the FAR. It's already over the standard at 0.378. It's proposed to go to 0.437. And as we got in our staff report from our planning director, he said it pretty eloquently when he said this office is not concerned with any particular small scale project, addition or modification, but rather the cumulative impact on what will be based on current trends on Plum Island for projects and approvals, otherwise become hundreds of similar expansions arguably in direct conflict with the purpose statement of the PIOD, which the PIOD purpose statement is all about, concern about flooding and its impact on utility services and public services and all the rest of it. So my question as I look at this page, you're already at 0.378 and you want to go even higher to 0.437. I understand the need to get a bedroom on the first floor, but is there a way to do it? I mean, I'm not suggesting you have to go all the way back down to 0.25, but to go, when you're already over, to go even further over, is there a way to do this so that you don't further exacerbate your FAR, because you're more dense than the guideline essentially?
So you would have to remove a portion of the existing structure. And I guess I would point out 2 things with all due respect to the planning director's planning staff comments. I understand why the planning staff is making those comments. However, the PIOD has its purpose. In the details of the PIOD, it gives this board the right to grant special permits and to increase the FAR. And if the city council doesn't want to give the board the right to make those considerations, notwithstanding what the planning staff says, then the city council needs to change the ordinance. So the only way to put an addition on and not increase the FAR is to remove a portion of the existing house. And my clients just don't see how that's possible by the way the house is constructed and to get an addition that gives them a bedroom on the first floor. In addition to the fact that it will be built in conformance with the construction standards to allow movement of sand and to allow movement of floodwaters. It will meet the FEMA requirements. And it's already being built upon disturbed area, not on vegetated area, or quite frankly, even area that has sand or actual dune on it. So I think that the board can take that all into consideration. And I think you have the right to do that, notwithstanding the planning staff's comments in the staff report.
Okay, I appreciate they prefer not to change what they have. And thank you for that answer. Your comment about the city council, I'm not asking about that. We have a current bylaw and ordinance in front of us. And we have to decide whether this is more substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood and to the PIOD. And in looking at the whole PIOD, if you allow everyone to go to 0.437, it's going to be a very dense PIOD. And that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the individual impact of each of these changes on the PIOD as a group. And this house in particular is even in the as you pointed out, the Ag Con district, which is deemed to be much more fragile, so it has even higher limits. So my question is just, we have to figure out what to do with, is this more substantially detrimental to the PIOD as a group to approve ones that are this far above the standard? And that's why I asked the question.
And I totally appreciate that. And I think that even though this one happens to be a request to go up 6%-ish, maybe 5.2%, in this instance, because of where it's located on the lot and because it's being constructed on already disturbed area, not vegetated area, not sand dune, but already disturbed area on the opposite side of where the marshland is, I think in this particular one, that the board can consider that this particular application is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood or to the PIOD. That same analysis may not apply to the next one that comes into you. But in this particular one, which is the board's purview, is to divide them on idea. Proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Chen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. A couple of questions for Attorney Mead. Looks like the new addition not only has a new bedroom, but looks like it has a full bath, a half bath, and a laundry. Is that also correct?
Yeah, Andy, if you could go to the floor plans. It certainly has a laundry, and I believe it has a bathroom for in the bedroom, Mr. Channon. As I noted earlier, the goal is to try to keep the climbing the stairs at a minimum.
Yep.
So yeah, so it has a closet and a laundry and a bathroom.
Okay, yep. And I guess, to Mr. Swanton's concern about the FAR, it is a pretty substantial increase. Well, substantial, 6%, but when you're already over so much, it's quite a large jump. Would there be any consideration by the applicant to remove the shed? I think if you took the shed out, you'd cut that in half. And the only reason I would suggest that might be acceptable is there's an awful lot of real estate underneath the addition for whatever is in the shed. I don't know, and I don't know if that would make Mr. Swanton feel any better, but I think it would bring the FAR down to maybe 41%, something in that neighborhood. Because the shed's 189. Let's see how many storage we got.
So they were intending on parking underneath the addition.
Oh, okay, parking underneath. Gotcha.
Right.
Yep. All right. It was just a consideration because I know well, as you know, many times we have these discussions. The FAR ends up being the thing we get wound around the axle on the most.
I totally appreciate this conversation. I appreciate it every time we have it, and I know that, of course, you only see me when we're asking for special permits because that's the role we both play, right? If I wasn't asking for anything, then you wouldn't see me.
That's right.
Right. So in this instance, though, I go back. So the only storage they have is in the shed. Otherwise, they're going to park underneath the addition. And I go back to, there's no disturbance in the driveway already, that it's being built on top of already disturbed area. They're going to meet the Conservation Commission requirements. And I understand it's in the Ag Con district, which also adds another level of concern or at least review. But that, we're trying to make the house more livable for people who've lived there since 1977 and tend to live there, quite frankly, until they're not anymore around. Their family lives nearby. The Murphys have been lifelong residents of the city of Newburyport, and local business people, and they're hoping to make their house more amenable to their needs in the 80s.
Yep, understood. I've got no other questions, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Bennett.
I have no questions, however, I must say the issue raised by Mr. Swanton is paramount in my mind here as we're debating this. And this would be obviously a much different story if we were here in the city itself and not on Plum Island. So it's a significant consideration, and the cumulative impact of development is something that I believe that the zoning board can and should take into account here. How it plays out here, to be honest, I'm still deliberating, but I have no questions.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. I don't have any further questions that haven't been addressed. And I'm sure the FAR concern is paramount in my mind as well whenever we deal with a PIOD application, but I don't have any additional questions.
Not getting this approved, she said.
So I will close that portion of the public hearing and we will move into deliberations. And as this is an application for a special permit for nonconformities,
Continue.
I ask the board to deliberate around the legal criteria and findings for a special permit for nonconformities. Just reminding the board that the board must find that the proposed change will not cause the structure to be within 10 feet of a side lot line, more than 2 stories or more than 35 feet in height. And the proposed change will not be more than 2 stories and will not cause the structure to increase in height. The board must also find that the application will not be substantially more detrimental than the pre-existing non-conforming use or structure or the PIOD itself. And when making this finding, we may consider factors such as size, scale, massing, volume as compared to other structures in the neighborhood.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would ask, I know you're going to go into deliberations, and I think that given the comments that we've heard, I was wondering if we could have a continuance so I can have a conversation with my client. I just to consider a couple of the comments that were made.
Very good. Do you want to continue or seek to continue to the meeting of, what was it, the 27th? What was the
No, June. I think your next meeting is June 22nd.
Yeah, just Chair, we noted that agenda is pretty full. It's up to you.
Yeah. I apologize, Attorney Mead. We can't. We're actually oversubscribed already on June 22.
So then I would say July 13th, because that would make us be able to get out of the Concom at the same time.
Very good. So a request to continue the application to July 13th. Do we have a motion on the applicant's request to continue to July 13th in a second?
I'll make that motion. This is Mr. Delisle. Motion to continue the special permit for nonconformities for 3 Marsh Street, file number 2021-30 to the meeting of, was it July 22nd?
July 13th.
Well, it was July 13th. I'm sorry. July 13th, 2021.
Second, Ken Swanton. Second, Ken Swanton.
Motion's made by Mr. Delisle and seconded by Mr. Swanton. Calling the roll. Mr. Delisle?
Yes.
Mr. Swanton?
Yes.
Mr. Shannon?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion to continue to the meeting of July 13th carries. Thank you, Attorney Mead.
Thank you very much.
Moving to the next and actually our final application in the public hearings. This is the application of Melissa and Palin Schwab, 44 Oakland Street, docket 2021-32, a special permit for nonconformities to construct a single-story addition to a pre-existing non-conforming corner lot that extends an existing non-conforming front yard setback. And with that, may we hear from the applicant? And I believe we have Mr. Savone, Ken Savoy, Palin Schwab, and Melissa Schwab speaking on behalf of the application. Whomever wishes to present, you may just simply, we'll open your mic, and it looks like I see Palin Schwab has been promoted to the panel, and you have the floor.
Hi, this is Mike Serboni. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. We noted that you have 4 folks who might be speaking this evening. It's not clear that they're all in the audience by name, but feel free to address the board or identify anybody else who might be speaking.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Mike Serboni. I work with Savoy Nolan Architects. I'll be presenting tonight on behalf of Melissa and Palin Schwab at 44 Oakland Street. So we're here tonight requesting a special permit to construct a 2-story addition to an existing non-conforming single-family residence in the R2 zoning district. The current residence is non-conforming by the primary front setback, which is along Collins Street. It's currently about 7'10" back from the property line. The proposed 13 by 15 foot addition will not intensify, but only extend that nonconformity into the right side property line, which is currently conforming and will remain conforming. The existing or proposed conditions will not be any more detrimental than the existing, and it will be in keeping with the intent of the zoning bylaw. The proposed addition will be used for a mudroom, access to the basement, and a powder room on the first floor, and a master bedroom on the second floor. Going through the elevations here, the existing house to remain is out towards Oakland Street. The proposed addition will be directly opposite of that, behind the house along Collins Street. And it will be about 3 feet 8 inches lower than the ridge of the existing house. So we're not increasing the height at all. And I will keep it short and sweet. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Saboni. Anyone else from your camp wish to speak in connection with the application, or shall we just proceed?
I believe we are all set to proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Closing that portion of the applicant presentation portion of the hearing, I'll go to the public comment section. Anyone wish to speak in support or in opposition to this application, just indicate your wish to do so by raising your hand, and we'll recognize you. Seeing no hands, going once, going twice. I will close that portion of the public hearing and go to questions from the board. We'll begin with Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the addition, Mr. Serboni, you indicated that on the first floor, it's a mudroom and a powder room and access to the basement, and the second story is a bedroom.
Yes, there are floor plans. If you wouldn't mind flipping to those, you can see the exact layout of how everything's arranged. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, great. Okay. And then the materials to be used in the addition will just mirror the existing materials on the house?
Exactly. Yeah, we're going to match everything up, keeping things, in kind with the existing building, just trying to match it up as nicely as possible.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Mr. Swanton.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Shannon.
I have no questions, Chair, as well. Good presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennick.
No questions.
And thank you, Mr. Bennick. I have no questions, and it's a very thorough presentation, in my opinion, as well. So I will close that portion of the public hearing, and we'll move to deliberations. And in our deliberations, as this is a special permit for non-conformings. We need to just tailor our deliberations around the criteria under 10B2. The board must find that the application will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the pre-existing non-conforming use or structure. And I believe the board is familiar with the rest of the criteria under special permit. With that, we'll begin deliberations with Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can support this project. I see that there's no existing addition of a new nonconformity, and the changes as proposed will not substantially, excuse me, it's been a long night, will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the pre-existing non-conforming structure. So this looks good from my perspective. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Delisle. Mr. Swanton.
I concur with Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton. And Mr. Chadwick.
I concur with the previous two colleagues, and I also feel that the scaling, the massing is good. It's a nice, modest addition. It's a nice project. I can support it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. Mr. Bennett.
I echo the comments of my colleagues. It's a positive improvement to this structure, and I can support it.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And I too share that sentiment. It looks good, feels good. I think we should do it. The application also does not appear to trigger the street tree and sidewalk ordinance based on the DPS's report to the planning office. So with that, we can close deliberations. Do we have a motion to approve?
This is Mr. Shagnon. I'll make a motion to approve the special permit for nonconformities for 44 Oakland Street, file number 2021-32.
Thank you, Mr. Shagnon. Do we have a second?
Greg Bennett, I will second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Motion's made by Mr. Shagnon, seconded by Mr. Bennett, calling the roll. Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Shagnon.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and the special permit for nonconformities on 44 Oakland Street is approved. Congratulations and good luck to you.
Thanks very much. Appreciate your time.
Very good. And members of the ZBA, that concludes our public hearing business. We will now go into the business meeting on the approval of the minutes of the meeting of 5/25/2021. Do we have any comments, revisions, or in the absence of comments and revisions, do we have a motion to approve?
I move we approve the minutes of that meeting.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Motion's made by Mr. Swanton, seconded by Mr. Delisle. All those in favor of approving the minutes of 5/25, calling the roll, Mr. Delisle?
Yes.
Mr. Swanton?
Yes.
Mr. Shagnon?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Rob Champetti, I vote yes. 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. The motion to approve the minutes of 5/25/21 carries. Any other updates from the chair? I have none other than I'm sleepy. That's my update from the chair.
I'll second that.
Excellent. Does our planning director, hint, hint, wink, 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 have anything he wishes to share?
I do not. I would just suggest you think about it for future meetings. The transition potentially to hybrid meetings where we're both offered to be in person or Zoom, just because the city council's been making a transition, testing out technical issues. And so welcome your thoughts on that. We can certainly discuss at another meeting where we're not so late at night, but perhaps just getting your thoughts on the transition as we'll be doing with all our boards. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. And in all seriousness, I'm inclined to want to see these go public and live and in person as soon as it's practicable to do it. And, obviously it makes for a smoother process. But, be that as it may, we have great technology in place to do this. So when it's appropriate, you let us know and we can make that transition.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. Without anything further, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All right, motion's made and seconded by Mr. Delisle. All those in favor, just say aye. All those in favor to adjourn?
Aye.
All right, motion carries and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much. Hey, we did better by about an hour and change, so.
There you
Bravo.
go.
Thank
Good
you.
job, everyone.
Thank you all very much. Have a great night, everyone.
Good night.